State Board meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the October 6, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off after you have finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones or laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to the meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons, Lisa Fricke, here. Patty Goobles,
here.
Jacqueline Morrison, Kirk Penner,
here.
Sherry Jones,
here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer,
Here.
Deborah Neary,
Here.
Commissioner Maher.
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
There are 6 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. Agenda item 2.1 is a special presentation. NDE staff member Lane Carr, Dr. James Powell, the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Chadron State College, and Dr. Don King from the College of Education will join us at the front of the room for a special presentation addressing the teacher shortage in the Panhandle and beyond. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Yes. Pass this down. Good morning, State Board. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be joined by colleagues from Chadron State College. As you may recall, Chadron received a ESSER-funded teacher shortage grant a couple of years ago and have really expanded on the work that they were already doing in the Panhandle. And I'm excited because later on today you get to consider how we can bolster that work and push it even further through some additional support for apprenticeships. So I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to these two as they share just a little bit about how Chadron is reaching folks in this state, addressing the teacher shortage, and beyond. So I'll turn it over to you.
Terrific. Thank you, Lane. And thank you, Commissioner and members of the board. Dr. Powell and I are very excited to be here. We're also really excited about our programs, and we're delighted to share those with you. So I'm going to, without taking up too much of your time, I'm going to try to limit myself to this slide presentation, and then we'll definitely be open for questions after that. So we embarked on some innovative programming a number of years ago. As faculty in the education preparation program at Chadron State, you know, we really kind of saw the writing on the wall in the way that we are addressing the preparation of teachers and the populations that we're delving into and recruiting from. And as such, as part of what we do in Western Nebraska, and my colleagues here behind me, with the ESU, we met monthly, continue to meet monthly with superintendents across the area, in addition to ESU staff, and of course, representatives like myself from Chadron State College. And it became very apparent in those meetings that, you know, a teacher shortage was indeed on the horizon, if not being really felt. And as such, what can we do to try to impact that in a positive way? As such, went back to our faculty, and we really had some very tough conversations, and this is 5 or 6 years ago, about how do we move forward from a non-traditional preparation position, because, you know, teacher preparation programs are pretty uniform across the state. And we being a smaller regional college and our roots are in teacher education, we felt that we could provide some leadership in that direction. And as such, special education teachers, of course, were in very, very high demand and very short. and we focused on preparing additional special ed teachers. Developed a program for para to teacher programming. As you're probably well aware, paras, most specifically within schools, work with special needs children. And as such, this seemed like a likely pool of candidates to recruit from and move forward with our programming. We designed that programming and we took it back to the ESU meeting and said, hey, this is what we have. Would this benefit you and your districts? And we got a pretty positive response. As such, in 2018, we moved forward with our first group, and by the end of that academic year, we had over 60 paras enrolled in our program. So that provides you with a little bit of the context and the start of that particular program. As you're well aware, Chadron State started in 1911 as a normal school. Our roots are in teacher preparation, and we continue to move forward with that position. So pretty much our professional reality. I kind of provided you with that background, and Dr. Powell, please jump in here. I tend to be a talker.
I'm going to point out that when we decided as a group to work with paraprofessionals in special education, it was based on the fact that trying to recruit somebody from Lincoln or Omaha or Kearney to come to Bayard, Nebraska, or Hemingford, or any of those towns is extremely difficult. And yet you had people living in that town, committed geographically, had started college, something happened, they didn't quite get finished, and were already proving that they wanted to work with children. They were in a classroom, they were going to stay in a classroom. When I was doing work in Alaska, I had a parapro. When we were talking, I said, it's going to take you 8 years to get the degree. And she said, 8 years from now, I'm still living here. I'm either going to still be a paraprofessional or I'll finally be a teacher. That's the kind of, I mean, they're not going anywhere. And that's the people that we need to work with, our students who are already committed and just need us to help them reach that final finish line.
Yep, absolutely. And so that's the alternative population that we initially drew from. Our programs have expanded, but with the pipeline grant, we were able to focus very specifically on helping paras, because a para generally is not going to make a lot of money. Generally, it's anywhere from $14 to $16 an hour. They tend to fall into the lower income brackets, and we wanted to ensure their success by helping them financially where we could. Our initial incentive grant through the pipeline grant was for $100,000. We budgeted $40,000 for support staff and $60,000 to provide to paras across our program who enrolled in the program, and we give them $1,000. Chadron State College and our administration saw the beauty of this program, and early in the first year said, we're going to do away with the $40,000 and that were provided for administrative help to run the program. They covered the cost of that, so the entire pipeline grant monies went towards paras incentive monies. So we awarded over $46,000 last year in incentives to paraprofessionals to help them pay for their program. Moving forward, we're hopeful that the additional grant that we are hoping to receive will continue in that vein.
And one of the things that happens is if $1,000 buys a course, and every course that you can get off of their schedule that they have to pay for moves them further along. So, you know, they don't qualify for federal financial aid, unfortunately. They don't take enough hours in a semester to qualify for federal. So Pell Grants are off the table, all kinds of loan issues. They aren't there. So we've got to help them. They've got the desire. We've got to help them find the means.
And the beauty of the program, of course, is the simple fact that they get to remain in their communities. They can still participate in family activities, they can contribute income-wise without losing their job, and move forward with the program. So it is an online-based program, but I like to say that that online stigma of logging onto a website, never seeing the teacher, taking courses, reading chapters, taking tests. We've really moved beyond that, and I'm sure you're well aware of that with technology. The online programming is far more robust than what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago.
And I'm going to jump in there and say that we do this all the time, run over each other. But one of the most important things is this is a partnership with schools and with the teachers. We promise them that they will stay in their classroom. They can do all of their teaching in the classroom, and when they get to the student teaching component, the teacher and the para simply trade roles. So that, I mean, they don't trade income, but they trade roles. So that
They would like that.
yeah, but the beauty of it is that the schools, the college, and us are working with people who are in the classroom, and it makes you change the way you think about what you do in teacher education. Traditionally, we set you down in a chair for 16 weeks, and we talk to you about classroom management. And then 2 years later, you get to go out and try to remember everything you learned in 16 weeks 2 years ago for class. In this situation, we throw a theory out there and say, for the next week, take a look. See if it works for you. How would you modify it? And then you come back and have these really rich discussions about what is classroom management actually. So we know what teachers need to be successful. We know what skills they need. We know what knowledge they need. We know what kind of behaviors they need to exhibit. What we are trying desperately to do is say, and how do we change the way we do that if we don't have an 18-year-old who's going to sit in a chair for 4 years before we send them out? They're out there. How do we take advantage of what they're doing and the knowledge they've already accumulated? I'll be quiet now.
No, you're doing great. I'll let you talk more. So what Jim has really explained is the practitioner's approach to education, right? And I think that this is where we're really moving in teacher preparation as well as in other fields across academia. But it's really worked well. And the positive feedback that we have received has gone above and beyond. We now have over 160 students, paras, enrolled in our para-to-teacher program. Our department and other departments at Chadron State College have been very, very wonderful to work with, and we've expanded that program offering from special ed. You can see on the slide, we offer all of these other endorsement areas. So individuals can move forward, not just in one specialized area, but they have a choice.
How many have we graduated? We had 4 go through graduation last spring.
Yeah.
So we're already seeing them hit the other end of the pipeline. So
I want to say, Adam, do you have any idea? I want to say 16. Adam is one of our faculty members.
That's a rough number.
Yeah.
I hesitate to confirm.
Okay. Anyway, we are starting to see graduates. So, in addition to the para program, one of the things that has come about is there have been other districts who have said, hey, what about in addition to the paras, what if we have high school graduates that want to become teachers? Can we offer a similar type of program for them? Once they graduate, if they want to become teachers, then we would hire them as paras as well, and then they can move through the para-to-teacher program. And that program is what we call our Teacher Education Academy. Little different twist, but still with the same outcome. Both programs embrace a school-based partnership model, which Jim just mentioned to you. One academic year traditionally with 18 weeks. What we are doing now, the students have the option of going through a full semester of student teaching versus going through a full year. The full year would have student teaching divided into 2 experiences, one in the fall semester, one in the spring semester. We give that decision to the districts who we're working with as it pertains to each one of those paras. I say that because in some cases, we have paras who the district is really looking for a teacher and they want that teacher to move through more rapidly. They may opt for the 1 semester student teaching option. They therefore graduate a semester early and then can move into a teaching position. The opportunities for the districts is the things that we have heard have been very, very positive. faculty within the districts working with paras realize that they're training teachers. They're a part of that partnership model. Therefore, it rejuvenates them. It provides them with renewed energy, and they realize that they have to be the best that they're going to be because they're demonstrating that to their paras. So it is actually not that they were bad teachers to begin with, but we have actually heard from our superintendents that and our principals that, hey, it's even made my teachers better, right? Which is a wonderful perk. Obviously, it fulfills the teacher shortage. We like to think that we're providing the profession with a more knowledgeable product who's ready to hit the ground running upon graduation because they're already in the school. They understand the policies, they know the students, they know the curriculum. That whole first year mentorship, getting your feet on the ground and struggling as a first year teacher really seems to be decreased considerably with individuals who graduate this program. Challenges, of course, have been staffing. I mentioned to you administrative support with 160 additional people, students who are moving into our programming. We needed to literally find ways to administratively assist with this effort. And the college has stepped up to do that. So that's been a step. Go ahead, Jim.
One of the things, with 160 students, there are 160 different plans to get through the program.
Yeah.
Everybody shows up with a different amount of coursework. Everybody shows up. Now, one of the interesting things is I know that the community colleges and the state colleges are talking about what an Associates of Arts in Teaching would look like at the community colleges. If we can get that and look at students and say, go get that, and then we can finish you in 2 years, guaranteed, because we don't have to worry about your gen eds and all of the other stuff. But 160 different plans means somebody, and we have 2 people now that we've hired to just try to stay in contact, talk them through, make sure that everybody knows what they need to do in the semester they need to do it. So.
Yeah. As you might imagine, individuals who are working as pairs most often are non-traditional students who have a great deal of life experiences under their belt, which is very positive. But on the other hand, academia tends to intimidate them when they first come back. So they need a certain degree of hand-holding and nurturing and that sort of thing. And our staff are aware of that, and that's part of what we are doing. The other challenge is, with our faculty. You have a number of faculty in any institution who are very used to doing things in a certain way, and they do that very well. But it's, again, moving that paradigmatic shift, mental shift, from a traditional model to include, not do away with that traditional model, but to include a new paradigm, a new way of thinking and preparing. Unanticipated outcomes, intern participants appreciated being a part of the staff and not necessarily treated as a temporary guest as maybe a student teacher from a traditional program would. Traditionally, they're in a school for a short period of time to complete their student teaching. By the time they phase in over the course of 4 weeks and then they get their feet on the ground and complete that classroom endeavor, then they're moved to a grade level experience in a new school with a different set of kids. They never really feel that they have become a part of that academic classroom or educational community. In this program, that has not been the case. I mentioned before, faculty performance tends to increase. Obviously, districts end up hiring, for the most part, those individuals who graduate the program because, again, they're going to remain in the community as opposed to a recent grad, a 22-year-old, let's say, from Chadron State, who is going to go to Minnetonka, Nebraska for their first job, because by gosh, they gave me a job, I'm going to jump on it, right? And then they'll stay there for a couple years, have a great experience, but ultimately they want to move back to a region of the state where they have family and that sort of thing. So the turnover in our rural schools tends to, not always, but tends to follow that pattern. With hiring a para who's already engaged and rooted in the community, that turnover is far less. We talked about the pipeline grant. I kind of got my presentation ahead of time. So in my introduction, I already talked about our $100,000, and that's really kind of where we are. And open for questions.
I don't mean to have the last word on their presentation, but as you can tell, it's really exciting the work that Chadron State is leading in our state, right? They're perfectly poised, as you can tell, to continue to innovate in this space, which is why I'm excited for a potential further conversation with them on apprenticeships, which takes the model that they're already leading and ramps it up even further. On-the-job training with support from their great faculty to make it really happen. So just really proud and honored to work with these two and all of the staff at CSC.
And real quick before questions, I want to point out this is a partnership. Dr. King mentioned that, but what a partnership means is everybody's got an equal stake in it. And we have had conversations where the schools have said, well, what if we do this? And everybody's like, well, and I'm like, they're a partner. They get a half of the say in everything we do. I've often said it's like a three-legged stool. You've got the college, you've got the school, and you've got the student and the teacher. And if we're not all three working together to try to improve that, then somebody's going to fall off that stool because it doesn't have all its legs.
And lastly, I don't want to overlook at all for 1 minute our partners in western part of the state, our districts, but also our ESU. We have traditionally worked very closely with our ESU. With our $100,000 initial pipeline grant, they were a supporter and have been very, very much willing to do whatever is needed to further advance the quality of education in western Nebraska and in preparing teachers. So kudos to ESU 13 as well.
Are there questions or comments? Lisa?
Just two quick questions. I want to make sure I heard this correctly. Did you say that you waiver gen ed's requirements? That's the first one. And the second one is you give paras when they're taking credit $1,000. Does that extend into their student teaching time?
With the pipeline grant, it was a one-time incentive offering of $1,000 to help get student paras enrolled. We're hopeful that with further pipeline monies that we can continue that effort in supporting our existing paras. With regard to the waiver of general studies, we do not waive anything. The paras go through every class, every program hoop and requirement that traditional students do. What Dr. Powell was saying is that we encourage them to go to a local community college and get their AA or their AS degree so that they can come to us with that degree. Once they have that degree, then they have met our general studies requirements. Yep, absolutely.
I was curious to see your list of endorsement areas. Will you be able to expand that list, do you think, anytime? Because I know that there are two core areas that weren't on there, English and social studies.
That depends on, so the beauty of any higher ed institution is you've got to work together. And so those departments would have to create some online programs. Because if they don't, we can't look at somebody and say you can get an English degree, however you have to show up to campus for all your English courses, everything else is online. So we're working with various departments to say, can you put that online? Some things are easier, some are more difficult. We actually got the science in there when we recognized the fact that, guess what? Most high schools have a science department and they've got a lab, so you don't actually have to be on campus to do a lab, you can do it virtually. So we are working on campus to try to get more programs engaged.
So Lane, I know that you have an item on the consent agenda that deals with this grant. Would you prefer questions now or later?
We can do it either way. It's up to you. Yes. Maybe we'll pause. It sounds like we'll have some time for discussion for that later.
Okay, thank you.
So if you're just looking, thank you. for what you're doing. If you're just looking not at the gen eds, what is the number of hours for that para to become a full-fledged special education teacher?
Generally, half of the degree program, any bachelor's degree program, regardless of institution that you attend, is roughly about half of that 4-year program. So we're looking at 60 to 66 credit hours. Okay. Again, that associate's degree would cover. And then for example, a bachelor's in elementary education, because we have a lot of individuals seeking LEd, is 120 hours. No, 126.
126 hours.
Okay.
So everybody does, because of board policy, everybody has to have a 120-hour degree. You have to have 40 hours in upper division credit. I mean, we meet all of the state and board policy requirements.
Okay, hold on.
Does that answer your question?
So we had a very robust conversation in rules and regulations yesterday about who's deciding how many hours it takes to become a teacher in this state. Who's deciding that?
Your question is who's deciding that?
Yep, who's deciding the number of hours?
Do you want to take that?
It's not us.
It's not us.
So the answer is the State Board of Education.
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Kirk and I are on that committee together. I know, it's crazy. So the state board decides that you need 40 hours of general studies, or 30 hours, 60 hours of?
They just, go ahead, Jim.
So there's several competing interests here. We are accredited as an institution by a higher learning commission. They're the ones that sit down and say, you have to have X number of upper division credits, you have to have X number of hours in your content area. And then the state, our state board of the Nebraska college system makes sure that that we're meeting those minimums. On top of that, we've got Rule 20 and Rule 24 that we meet according to the state policy.
And the coordinating commission
And the
for higher
coordinating
ed.
commission. One of the things, and I don't want to get ahead of, and Adam will probably pass out here behind me, but one of the things that we're beginning to think about, though, is, and we've never contemplated this as a state college system, is what does experiential credit look like? If you're already in a classroom, and if you've been successful teaching for 2 years on an emergency certificate or as a paraprofessional, why do I make you take 12 hours of student teaching? I mean, seriously? Now, my financial officer at the college is like, well, because that's 12 credit hours.
Yep.
But those are some of the things that we're beginning to look at. We know what you need to know. We know the behaviors you need to exhibit. We know the skill and knowledge you need. If you can demonstrate that, why do I make you sit through a course for it?
I appreciate that. So we have we have post-secondary education telling post-secondary education what we have two very close-knit groups telling each other how many credit hours we should be charging our wannabe teachers, instead of the State Board of Education, who is actually in charge of public education in this state. It's not a negative, I'm just trying to get through this, that there's a little bit of a conflict there, in my opinion. Because if we would say 30 hours or 40 hours, but your accreditation is going to say 60, we don't really have any say. Is that how that works, Dr. Maher?
Yeah, let me weigh in just a little bit here. First of all, the Department of Education is not a degree granting institution, so we don't have any say into what goes into getting a bachelor's degree. That would be done by the Board of Trustees. I happen to sit as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Nebraska State College system. It would be the Board of Regents for the university system. So that is outside of our purview. What is inside of our purview as the department is what does it take to be certified. So we have to work in concert with higher education, post-secondary education, to not only make sure that folks have the requisite degrees to be certified, but then any other certification processes have to be taken care of to get your certificate. So there's a there's a couple of pieces to that, and I don't want to confuse the general public on, we don't get, as the Department of Education, to determine what it takes to get a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree.
But we do get that on an endorsement, an extra endorsement.
Absolutely. When it comes to certifications, you have great latitude as a board to determine how somebody is certified or how they are endorsed.
Okay. So my concern was, what your finance person said was, whoa, that concerns me, because we're not here for the finance, okay? We're here to get more pool of teachers, so Scottsbluff and Gering and Baird have a bigger pool to choose from, and that's my concern. So, but I appreciate what you're doing. You're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah. And I shouldn't cast our financial officer in such a negative light, because
I'll turn the tape recorder off.
yeah, because ultimately, if we can get a graduate out there to meet the needs of the students, those are graduates from K-12 that are going to come to us. So, one of the things that we really can do, I mean, there's 120 hours is a minimum according to our accrediting body and all that kind of stuff. But how we look at what is an hour and how we give you credit for what an hour is, we do have some leeway with that.
Sorry.
Well, I was just going to add on really quickly that, in this whole conversation about pushing the boundaries and rethinking the paradigms of how we prepare, and which I really appreciate your comments as well, that is true across all of education, right? And these are the conversations that we need to have. We have schools that we partner with and who have a number of candidates in any of our programs. And one of the questions that we are hearing more and more is, we know that my para, I'll use that as an example, is meeting this competency, and this competency by virtue of what they are doing every day in the classroom. So how can we offer, rather than have them take 9 credit hours of 3 classes, right, at a cost of $9,000, what can we do to combine those competencies into a class, right, that allows that person to then accomplish and get those competencies checked off, therefore allowing us to meet State Department of Education accrediting guidelines, right, yet moving that candidate forward at a less cost and in a more expeditious manner.
And I guess I was just going to add, this is backing up a little bit to who controls, because there is a third partner here. Any teacher's college who wants national accreditation, and that was referenced as the Higher Learning Commission, they have their own standards, right? So if you're going for that national accreditation, which most teachers' colleges want, some kind of, not just teachers' college, but also the entire institution, there are those requirements too. So you have a lot of different forces playing together.
Yeah, we have a specialized accreditation group called CAPE, the Council for Accreditation of Education Programs, I think.
It is.
Oh, got it right. But we are accredited by the state of Nebraska. CAPE is sort of a national recognition. Now, I've worked in states where you were accredited because you are a member of CAPE. Not, in Alaska was that way. If you didn't get CAPE accreditation, you weren't accredited to offer certificates. So we're fortunate in that Nebraska, you guys own that education and watch it and maintain it. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I guess I would just finish by saying thank you for developing such an innovative program, for recognizing the needs, the needs of the area for teachers, the needs of paraprofessionals to have access and opportunity to enter the teaching profession. So thank you for that.
Just one more question, because it's going to lead into my questions for Lane. So you awarded $46,000 last year. Was that to 46 different paras? Okay, so it was kind of a signing bonus. It was. Okay, yeah.
It was, I apologize, the microphone. That's the way we wrote our grant initially, is that it would provide incentive money to allow people to take that step forward into pursuing their academic program.
Sure.
And we're going to expend all that money. So we
Yep.
did 54 last year, which means we've got 46 this year. So
Sure. So if we do approve Lane's request, a $206,000 grant to Chadron State College would really help you
A lot.
a lot.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 2.2, special presentation, recognize November as National Native American Heritage Month. National Native American Heritage Month provides the opportunity to learn the cultures of Native American tribes, to learn the customs, the history, the dances, the music, the art. It's also an opportunity to appreciate Native Americans who have contributed to the United States. And it really kind of reminds us or gives us an opportunity to learn more about different Native American tribes. Not only the tribes that reside in Nebraska, but tribes like the Inuits or the Lakota and Dakota, or the Utes, or the Navajos, or the Osage. I mean, there are so many different Native American tribes that all have uniqueness in their cultures, their traditions, and their histories. It also then helps us to understand the challenges that Native Americans have faced in the past, as well as today. So with that, we have a resolution, special presentation. Lisa, would you please read the resolution?
My pleasure. Resolution to recognize Native American Heritage Month in Nebraska. Whereas Native Americans are the original inhabitants of the land once identified as Nebraska Territory, then as the state in Nebraska, 1867, as part of the United States of America. Whereas Native Americans have contributed and continue to contribute to the sciences, economics, mathematics, arts, humanities, and philosophy, as well as providing a basis for forming a more perfect union and a government by way of the Iroquois Confederacy and the Grant Law of Peace, modeling these ideals to pre-Columbian North and South America. Excuse me. Nebraska Natives American languages and cultures and histories are unique and important to the fabric of our state's education system that prepares our learners to prosper in a global economy and function in global society. Whereas Nebraska schools are compelled to incorporate multicultural education into all phases of the curriculum, including indicators relative to culture, history, contributions of Native Americans with special emphasis placed on human relations and sensitivity towards all races, and are required to direct appropriate exercises related to Native American Heritage Day. Whereas President George H.W. Bush designated the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month in the year 1990, and similar proclamations have been issued by successive presidents since that time. The Nebraska State Board of Education recognizes the importance of cultural identity by all peoples in ever-changing and increasing global society. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the State Board of Education recognizes the month of November as Native American Heritage Month in Nebraska. Also resolved that in addition to that, which is minimally required by regulation and statute, the State Board of Education strongly encourages all Nebraska schools to include the contributions of each unique Native American culture. Work to develop educational programs and practices in harmony with all parents, families, community members, and tribal governments that will ensure success in school and life for all students during the month of November throughout the year. Signed on behalf of the Nebraska State Board of Education, this 6th day of October 2023, our President, Patty Kubles, and our Vice President, Kirk Pinner.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
What number is that?
2.2?
Thank you, Ryan. Sorry, Madam President.
That's all right.
I move to adopt the resolution to recognize November as National Native American Heritage Month.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to recognize November as National Native American Heritage Month. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I appreciate that my fellow board members have presented this resolution, and I just want to personally say that one of the ways that I think we can best put this into action and not just words is to make sure that we as a sector are committed to teaching an accurate view of history, which includes the impact that we've had on our Native American individuals that have lived here before us, and recognizing the impact of the generational trauma that exists and the results that are there today. And so that kind of commitment of making sure, and I know that we are in this room all committed to making sure that we're teaching an accurate view of American history, I think this is a really important resolution towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons. 6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. Agenda item 2.3, we have a Nebraska VR presentation. VR staff member Lindy Foley is making her way to the front to this microphone for a presentation regarding Nebraska vocational rehabilitation. Welcome, Lindy.
Good morning, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. My name is Lindy Foley, and I am the administrator for the NDE Office of Vocational Rehabilitation, or Nebraska VR. I wanted to start off by highlighting the mission of Nebraska VR. We are here to help people with disabilities prepare for, find, and keep employment, while also helping businesses to hire and retain employees with disabilities. I know you'll find that our mission at Nebraska VR very much complements the mission of NDE to lead and support the preparation for all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. So I'm especially thankful to be able to speak with you today because October marks a very important month in the vocational rehabilitation world. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And so we are one of 78 VR agencies in the nation who are celebrating employment, and specifically employment for people with disabilities. We are a statewide program at Nebraska VR. We have offices located across the state. We have 12 service offices, one of which includes Scotts Bluff, and we do have some staff in the audience today, and I thank them for being here. I would mention that although we have 12 field offices that are, of course, open to the public to serve people with disabilities, we have staff who travel all throughout the catchment area to make sure that we're serving all the communities in Nebraska. We are an eligibility program. You must be eligible for our services by meeting some specific criteria, one of which is that you want to be seeking employment. So people come to us with an informed choice about wanting to seek out competitive integrated employment. Secondly, the person must have a documented disability, whether that's physical, mental, emotional, or learning impairment that interferes with employment. The exception to that is in Nebraska, we actually have 2 VR programs, Nebraska VR, which is who we are, but then we also have a sister agency, the Nebraska Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. So if someone comes to us and has a disability and their primary disability is low vision or blindness, we partner with the Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired to make sure that they get the services that they need. The other important piece is that the person must need our help in finding employment and then, of course, keeping employment. In Nebraska, we're very proud of our team-oriented service delivery. So in those 12 field offices that I mentioned previously, each of those offices have a leader or an office director that directs the day-to-day work. We have rehabilitation or service specialists who specialize in a lot of different areas, some of which include working with people to determine whether they're eligible for our services, helping them to determine a goal or a plan for employment. We also have staff who specialize in conducting some inventories, interest inventories, to ensure that people know what their strengths and their interests are so we can align those plans in helping them find employment. We have placement specialists who work with job seekers with disabilities as well as businesses to make sure that we're planning appropriately with them. Placement specialists might be doing things like resume development or interview skills or mock interviews to help people prepare for that first stage of employment. In Nebraska, we're also a little unique in that we have 5 staff out of our approximate 215 staff between VR and assistive technology partnership, which I'll mention earlier. But 5 of those 215 staff are business account managers. And those are staff who specialize in serving businesses. So back to that mission that I mentioned at the beginning about our dual customer approach, we're not only helping people with disabilities find employment, but we're also serving the business. So the business account manager, their primary role is to get out and talk to businesses about their hiring needs, to discover labor market information, so we can then bring that information back to our staff to write the best plans possible. The program associates, I think, fills a very important role in our office when we look at the fiscal component. Nebraska VR can financially help people with disabilities find employment. So that might include things like helping to purchase interview clothing or looking at post-secondary training and how we might be able to support that. So the program associates really do help the day-to-day pieces, helping to make sure that we're timely in serving the people that we're in business to serve. And then the last bubble on the screen is the support of the state office. So we do have policy or program directors who specialize in a lot of different areas to make sure that Nebraska VR is following federal and state regulations and rules. So the policy or the program directors help to make sure that we have a program manual that is consistent in alignment with that important direction. We certainly serve adults with disabilities that you've heard me talk about, but we're also very proud to work side by side with our education partners. So we have, I think, a very strong collaboration across the state where Nebraska VR staff, we have staff assigned to every high school in the state. Staff come to the high schools to coordinate with educators to see how we can best serve students with disabilities without duplicating services. I would say that this happens very much with special education, but we're also working very hard to align our efforts with career and technical education because we know that that's not only good for all students, but certainly for students with disabilities. So being able to collaborate and coordinate those services for students is very important. In Nebraska, we have a Nebraska Youth Leadership Council. And this is a council that started in 2009, and it's a collaborative or co-sponsored council between VR and the NDE Office of Special Education. The NYLC was created by youth for youth, and the intent is that these youth are empowered to be leaders in their communities and in their schools, and then they can also share the motivation and the spirit that comes with being leaders and speaking with other youth with disabilities in other communities. So again, very proud of the work that happens in our state specific to our Nebraska Youth Leadership Council. I want to mention that also within the Nebraska Department of Education, we have VR and the Assistive Technology Partnership. Assistive Technology Partnership can be available when there are questions about possible accommodations or modifications for someone, for example, on the work site. Sometimes when we think about assistive technology, we think of things that are expensive or complicated, but really what we find are AT devices such as anti-fatigue mats or ergonomically accommodating keyboards, sit-stand desks or different chairs, and of course on the screen, different apps that we can utilize to more discreetly serve our clients or assist by applying those to watches or to phones. Also, the partnerships at Nebraska VR are very important to us. We know that there are a lot of pieces within the state that we need to do the best that we can to serve people. So I already mentioned the collaboration with education, but we also know that we're stronger when we can work together by serving corrections-based and serving with correction-based programs, collaboration with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, specifically behavioral health or developmental disabilities. We provide services to our clients who may be receiving some form of public benefit, and we want to make sure that we're educating them that it is possible to have a competitive wage while also maintaining certain benefits, but even having the conversation of what that might take to completely move off of benefits and to what kind of wage that might take in order to do so. Some of you may be aware of Project Search, which is a national model. It's something that we have had in our state for many years. It's the last year of school for students with disabilities that's fully immersed in a business. So students are completing their last year of high school while also learning about the world of work where their classroom is actually in the business. The last thing I would mention as far as collaboration, I certainly don't have an exhaustive list here, is Nebraska VR is a very engaged member of our workforce system in Nebraska. And we want to and we need to be best aligned with partners such as the Department of Labor. That informally happens, of course, in our communities, but then it's also more formally documented in our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act combined state plan. That's another reason why I had asked to spend a little bit of time with you today, because in the upcoming months, I will be bringing forward VR's portion of the WIOA state plan. And so I just want to be able to emphasize that piece in our collaboration with all workforce partners. I recognize that providing an overview of our services is one thing, but actually being able to have you hear from someone who has benefited from what we do is also meaningful. And so I'd like to finish my presentation today by sharing a video of one of the folks that we've worked with in the past.
My name is AJ, and I'm 40 years old, and I work with A1 heating, ventilation, and electrical. I had brain surgery about 10 years ago. I had bacterial meningitis, and I had some brain damage as a result. I was a reporter, I was a writer, and after the surgery, I didn't have the mental capacities that I had before I got sick. So I had to do something different. My concerns were, what was I going to be able to do? What could I no longer do? And in an employment environment, being aware of your capabilities and the things you can and can't do is pretty important. I had been working with Nebraska VR for a little while after I got sick, and my counselor at Nebraska VR actually told me about the certification program.
Certificate programs, they're a short-term, hands-on training program. They're business-led, and so oftentimes businesses come to VR and express a need of a high turnover area. In this specific one, it's the HVAC helper position.
What I find special about the certificate program is that it helps an individual who may not be ready for that post-secondary training, those associate degree programs or bachelor's programs, and they're able to get to showcase their skills to an employer and be able to start working right away after the training is completed.
My interest in the Nebraska VR certification program was learning a trade. I wanted to learn something that was going to last me for a long time. They had a few options for the certification program, and the HVAC certification sounded like the best fit.
We did some assessments to identify his ability to measure, which is a very important skill within this type of employment. There's a lot of spatial aptitude that's required for this occupation, as well as mechanical aptitude.
It sounded like it was something that I could be good at it.
He started the training program, and from day one he was very motivated and said, I am going to succeed in this. And that was a great thing to hear from a student.
It was really great to know that Carly was there. There wasn't any kind of, here's this program, go off and do your thing. She was there when we had classes, and she talked to A1.
Once he started his OJE here, which is his on-the-job experience, I was getting information from the employer, his teacher, him, making sure that it was a good fit for him, as well as making sure that at the end of this 10 weeks, he was employable.
Meeting AJ for the first time and hearing his story was amazing. I mean, he got interested in the HVAC field, and he's been with us for a couple of years now. Been a great addition to this company, and right now he's actually taking classes with me during the week to actually go forward to take his Adjournment class and NATE class.
I have seen a lot of growth in AJ since first meeting him. Initially, he came to me and was just really unsure of what he wanted to do, and then when he explored his options more, he found that working here with A1 was definitely his niche.
When I first met AJ, he was really motivated to learn this trade. And seeing him working full-time now is great, but I don't see it ending there. Whether it be additional training or moving up within A1, I think it's a great start for AJ, but I don't see him stopping anytime soon.
Everybody wants to work and make a living, and what just AJ's passion for it was great, and that's why we brought him on.
Nebraska VR has really helped me see there is a light at the end of this tunnel. There's a whole lot of options and a whole lot of possibilities of things I can do and places I can go with my experience.
And that concludes my presentation, but if you'd have any questions, I'd be happy to address anything you'd like to ask.
I do, Lindy. One thing is, I'm wondering, what are some of the ways that you are getting out the word that you are available? You and I had a conversation yesterday after hearing you that I have a personal tie to this because a former student is just moved back a week ago to Nebraska, and he so needs this, and I can't wait to get home to see if we can connect him. So what are some ways that you're getting the word out?
Great, thank you. Certainly starting early, so partnering with our schools to try to connect whenever we can for students with disabilities and sharing with families what we're available to do to support. We also have materials that we make available at doctor's offices or through the American Job Centers or other workforce partners that might have services available that once it's discovered that a person has a disability, we want to make sure that they know that they can refer them back to us. So I think really doing as much as we can to have materials available in a lot of different ways, whether it's written materials, whether it's going out and doing presentation to chamber, for example, is another way. But social media, different ways that we can get the word out about our services.
And just one more quick question here. Project Search, I'm familiar with it, but do you typically are most of your students, their last year of high school, age 21, or are you seeing a number of students that are doing it in the traditional 13 years?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be age 21. The only difference, though, I would say, is that we do maybe see more students with significant disabilities because that work component is maybe something more that they need. And so I would say that although we do see people in the last year, maybe that year that they turn 21, that isn't necessarily a requirement. It can be sooner. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right. Agenda item 2.3. This is a resolution to recognize October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Elizabeth, would you read the resolution, please?
Yes. Resolution to recognize National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas the Nebraska Department of Education and its Office of Vocational Rehabilitation, Nebraska VR, are committed to the strategic vision and direction priority of ensuring all Nebraskans, regardless of background or circumstances, have equitable access to opportunities for success. Whereas the mission of the Nebraska Department of Education is to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. Whereas the mission of Nebraska VR is to help people with disabilities prepare for, obtain, and maintain employment while helping businesses recruit, train, and retain employees with disabilities. Whereas Nebraska VR partners with businesses to meet their hiring needs through accessing an underutilized pool of talent and providing businesses with the skills and tools to foster an inclusive workplace where every employee can have the opportunity to succeed. Whereas Nebraska VR works with schools, students, and parents while working with community and business partners to provide pre-employment transition services with the goal to prepare students with disabilities for life after high school. Whereas Nebraska VR provides employment services to eligible adult clients through evidence-based practices to meet clients where they are. Whereas the unemployment rate in Nebraska is at a record low of 2%, yet Nebraska still faces critical workforce shortages. And whereas access to opportunity and employment where individuals with disabilities can use their talents, skills, and abilities is critical to solve workforce shortages and for individuals to achieve self-sufficiency and be contributing members of their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved. The Nebraska State Board of Education hereby recognizes efforts to ensure all Nebraskans are informed of and have access to competitive, integrated employment. Resolved, the Nebraska Department of Education and Nebraska VR will provide informational resources to assist fellow Nebraskans, schools, and communities to advance access and equity for Nebraskans with disabilities. Resolved, the Nebraska State Board of Education encourages community partners and businesses to embrace inclusive hiring practices to provide opportunity to a diverse workforce. And resolved, the Nebraska State Board of Education joins Nebraska VR, job seekers, students, partners, and the country in recognizing October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month to celebrate the contributions of America's workers with disabilities and showcase supportive, inclusive employment policies and practices that benefit businesses, employees, students, and communities. Signed on behalf of the Nebraska State Board of Education this 6th day of October 2023, Patty Goebbels, President, and Kirk Penner, Vice President.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Yes. I move to adopt the resolution to recognize October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to recognize October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons, Neary,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. At this time, we'd like to present the resolution.
President Goebbels, could I make a comment? About 7 months ago, I was preparing to interview to be the Commissioner of Education, and I was trying to figure out what I didn't know about the Nebraska Department of Education. And the most obvious and glaring thing that came out of my research was what vocational rehabilitation does for the state of Nebraska. It's a substantial part of the Nebraska Department of Education, and I don't think it's obvious to most what they do for our state or that they are a part of the Department of Education. It's been a pleasure to work with Lindy Foley and her staff, and it's been an awesome experience from your new commissioner's point of view to get to know what VR does for Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maher. With that, we will recess for 5 minutes. It is now out of recess. Agenda item 3.
Yes.
Commissioners' report. The next item of business is the Commissioners' report. Commissioner Maher, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Goebbels. There are 2 items that have been identified to be removed from the consent agenda. If board members wish to remove additional items from the consent agenda, please fill out the form at this time. Any items removed from the consent agenda will be taken up under additional business. The items removed are items 5.3.B and 5.3.C. Now, as I reflect a little bit on this previous month, I can't help but think of the song from Willie Nelson, "On the Road Again." As our department and many staff and I have truly had a statewide presence, culminating in this meeting today in Gering. I want to highlight a few of the milestones from the last month to show just how much the department has been on the road. I'll start with a topic that we've already broached here this morning, and that is teacher certification meetings. Brad Dirksen from our Office of Accreditation, Certification, and Program Approval was across the state at several ESUs providing technical assistance and answering questions about key issues in certification. Similarly, Dr. Trudy Clark and her team were across the state in early September and throughout September, sharing important information and answering questions about assessment. They affectionately called their presentation the Assessment Roadshow. Nicia, Drs. Ippenson, Vargas, Clark, Pezant, Allison, Denbesti were all present in Nebraska City for the annual convening of the Nebraska Association of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. I was also able to join them last Friday morning and share information on assessment as it pertains to my intentions around assessment and accountability in relationship to one of the board expectations of me. As a little bit of a deviation from a lot of the talk around certification and assessment, I had a chance to go to the Holland Center for Performing Arts and meet with and be on stage with Emmanuel Axe. If you understood my abilities in the musical world, you would say, how in the heck did you get there? And I guarantee you it was only because of the position that I sit in and not because of any musical abilities. I truly enjoyed being on stage with Emmanuel Axe in Omaha and our ability to discuss the importance of arts education in our schools. Our staff partnered to host this conference, the Get Connected After School Conference in Omaha, and it focused on expanding learning opportunities in our schools. I was thrilled to be able to share the opening remarks for this important part of our schools. Also, we've had numerous visits with the Omaha Public Schools. Dr. Friesen and I were able to meet with senior leaders within the Omaha Public Schools to discuss key challenges facing their district and priorities that they have for this fall and beyond. The Superintendent Advisory Committee, as you know by now, I convened the first meeting of our Superintendent Advisory Committee in North Platte. I've received great feedback from those involved and input from many of my colleagues on the assessment and accountability topic that was a large part of our conversation. It's really early yet, but I really like the feedback that we're getting and the potential for this group, not only to help in the area of assessment, but in the area to improve a communication between the department and the schools across the state. As an aside from the marks I have prepared, I would tell you I talked to Laura Barrett earlier today regarding ESUs and the superintendents in her ESU that will be sharing sharing information from that committee meeting with the ESUs, and also one of our advisory members, Dr. Andrew Dick, who's in the room with us here today. So really, really good returns. It's all anecdotal at this point, but I think it will really help the ripple out effect of communication from the department and across the state. Dr. Friesen and I were also able to visit YRTC in Kearney to meet with the superintendent of the programs, Scott English. I'm impressed with the work that they're doing at YRTC in Kearney for the students who are in their facility. I look forward to continuing the partnership and to work and support the education that goes on there. And I would tell you, as someone who lived in Kearney for 8 years, that I really believe that their focus on education is truly a game changer for what I see at YRTC. That's a direct compliment to Scott English and the turnaround he's had at that facility. Our staff have also been across the country for fall convenings of CCSSO collaborative meetings. They go to those meetings and get to sit and communicate and learn from staff who are similarly situated in other state departments of education. I made a quick trip out to Chadron, and the reason I say quick was I got to fly to Chadron for my first state college board meeting. I referenced that a little bit earlier today. I already knew of the power of our state colleges, but through this first meeting I was able to deepen my knowledge of the impact of our state colleges across our state. It's an honor to serve on their board of trustees and to be able to sit at Chadron State College for a couple of days just a couple of weeks ago. Also, board member Goebbels and I were in Aurora mid-month to honor Scott Phillips, a 7th grade math teacher, with the 2024 Teacher of the Year Award. There are some things as your commissioner that I have to do. There are other things that I would classify as things that I get to do. Barging into Scott Phillips' classroom and telling him he's the State Teacher of the Year with his wife and his kids and his parents and several members of the Aurora staff is one of the things that I get to do. That was truly a joy. We had a visit, I think it was just last week, to Asante. Drs. Friesen and Vargas and board member Jones and I were all able to actually be on site and travel to Santee to visit their schools. We spent time visiting classrooms, speaking with staff and administration, and also a member of the tribal council to learn about the progress, the issues, and the hope that is happening in their school system. Next, LaDonna Jones Dunlap. She is the Nebraska Department of Education's systems-involved youth specialist, hosted administrators and head teachers from Rule 18 interim programs and special purpose schools and other key partners at the University of Nebraska at Omaha for their 2nd annual professional learning. I was able to share some opening thoughts and enjoyed meeting and learning from experts in this area. The work that LaDonna is doing and that the folks around Rule 18 and folks in our special purpose schools, the work that they're doing is substantial for our state, and it's essential, and it's easy not to see. I would challenge all of us, if we don't know what those schools are, learn a little bit more about them and prop them up. They need our support, and the state of Nebraska needs success from those schools. It was an eye-opening experience and something I really enjoyed. Next, our comprehensive support and improvement schools met virtually for the first session of the year-long School Improvement Institute. We were focused on strengthening instructional leadership in our 40 CSI schools across the state. These schools will engage in virtual learning experiences and regional walkthroughs to strengthen instructional practices. There are so many notable moments from the last month, from the receipt of our 2 federal grants, one for longitudinal datum systems to school nutrition, to the naming of blue ribbon schools in Pender, Howells Dodge, and Millard. I wouldn't even have time to name them all, but I'll just name those few. All this to say, I think we're off to a great start for the school year. I'm looking forward to the second quarter as we transition into a new, the second quarter of the school year. And as we turn an eye to October, we won't let off the gas. We will stay on the road again. And I have on here a couple of big events, but I'm looking at how much time I've spent, and I'll just provide you a summary of those events next month. Needless to say, there is a lot of work going on. I appreciate being able and having the honor to be in that, to be in the seat that I'm in. One item that did happen this week was the Technical Advisory Committee, TAC, met. I had an opportunity Tuesday morning to speak with the committee and talk about some of our goals and roles and responsibilities as they pertain to assessment and accountability moving forward. That was a very good conversation, and part of that bigger conversation on what does assessment look like for the state of Nebraska moving forward. And I'll close by saying I'll be back out, not quite this far, but I'll be back out in Ogallala Tuesday for a joint meeting with ESU 15 and 16. So our ventures west of Lincoln, west of Kearney, west of North Platte don't stop with this meeting. We'll continue to be out here. And I will close with this as I get ready to leave Scottsbluff Gering, come back to Ogallala. I probably don't have to tell all of you how the appreciation that I've heard from folks who are, I'll say west of Kearney, who really have appreciated our presence. We were truly welcomed by the Scottsbluff Public Schools. Dr. Andrew Dick and his staff treated us tremendously on Wednesday and gave us a very informative day. I look forward to what I learn in Ogallala on Tuesday, and I would challenge us to maybe continue to figure out how do we continue to do things like this going forward. I think it's essential to what we do to truly be the Nebraska Department of Education. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Maher. I have encouraged Dr. Maher to not burn himself out by doing as much traveling as he does, but definitely appreciate the outreach that he's providing, not only Dr. Maher, but the entire Nebraska Department of Education. Agenda item 4, the President's Report. After board meetings, do you ever take a moment and just think about the meeting and ask yourself questions like, how could I have made my point a little bit clearer? Or why did I not respond to a particular comment? Or how do I feel the board member went overall? What is there that maybe I could do better as a board member at our next meeting? I think what you find is that reflective thinkers really have and make time to purposely have conversations with themselves. I'm not talking about just talking to themselves, right? But really having conversations with themselves to gain insight, to make connections, really, and to analyze situations, as well as to evaluate individual performance, but also group performance. That kind of reflection really is part of what we call self-assessment or self-evaluation. And when you're asking those questions of yourself about responsibilities that you have, it becomes self-accountability. Some people are more reflective than other people. That's just known to be a fact. But we all know that as individual board members, our public evaluates us based on what they see us doing, what they hear us saying, and what they read that we write. More formally, we know that the public evaluates us when they go to the ballot boxes on election day. And as a board, we're informally evaluated as well. We recognize that when people come for public comment and either express appreciation for a decision that we've made or displeasure with some decision that we have made. But really to have formal, general board evaluation, self-evaluation, it takes intentionality on the part of us as a board. Self-evaluation provides critically important information for the individual. Board evaluation has the potential to provide really important information for the board, to help the board understand its operations, its performance, and its interactions. There are many different kinds of purposes that board self-evaluation can serve, such as illuminating issues or concerns that need to be addressed, promoting communication among board members, identifying strengths of the board, as well as some opportunities for board improvement, providing a platform for the board to establish some goals as well as action plans about how to accomplish those goals. Really modeling the value and importance of continuous improvement. And really, finally, being accountable to ourselves as well as to our publics. Board self-evaluation can occur in a lot of different ways, but typically it occurs when there are some predetermined questions that board members are asked to answer. And then the board discusses the responses to those questions. And from that, again, can come some goal setting, some important discussion, and so on. I started thinking about board self-evaluation because we are going to, during this meeting, talk about the mid-year informal performance assessment for the commissioner. And that will serve as an opportunity for a conversation. In our executive committee meeting, when we were talking about changes to our proposed bylaws and policies, we had some discussion, I'll say short discussion, but discussion related to board self-evaluation. We're approaching the end of a year for our board work. Our last meeting is December 1st. So I wanted to just present the idea to you as board members to see what your thoughts are about us engaging in a board self-evaluation process. So certainly that I would entertain your thoughts at this moment. If you want to think about it and let me know. I see it as an opportunity, but I also want it to be something that you believe would be valuable and important for the continuous improvement of our board. That concludes the President's report.
Was that a question to actually answer or just to think about?
If you have an answer right now, sure.
I was just thinking it depends on what that self-evaluation tool would look like or how it would be done. So there needs to be a lot of thought into how it looks, how it's carried out, and what benefit will it help each individual have to evaluate themselves and in their role as a member, but how we work together. So just need to be cognizant of what way we choose to do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, because certainly there are boards that structure their own questions, but there are also organizations, both NASB and NASB, provide a structured board evaluation process. And really the focus I'm thinking of is not so much, I mean, I think you do self-evaluation on your own, but what I'm really thinking about is us having conversation. How are we operating as a board? How do we believe we can be better, right? And what are some goals that we could set as we start moving toward the next year? Okay, thank you. Deborah?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways we can do that, and one of the ways we're doing that right now is by going through our bylaws and operating procedures word by word and making sure that we're being thoughtful and intentional about our processes, which is very important. Having taken my boards through these steps many times, as we all know, there's a lot of different ways we can self-assess, but one of the things I feel pretty strongly about is that I hope that if we do decide to take the step, we aren't spending any money for a consultant to do this. I think we've already spent a great deal of money on training for the board, and I would hope that we could find a way to simplify this and do it without a cost to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other thoughts? All right. If you would please just kind of let me know your thoughts. If there is interest, then I would take the idea back to the executive committee. Agenda item 5, approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of 5.3B and 5.3C.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda, excluding 5.3B and 5.3C. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons, Fricky,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted. The next item of business are the reports of the standing committees. As the chair of the executive committee, I will provide a report. The executive committee reports on its Thursday, October 5th meeting. For board member review, the committee report is attached in Spark. The committee discussed the topic of review commissioner mid-year appraisal process. The timeline and process that will occur is as follows. Commissioner Maher will complete his self-assessment before the board individually completes their surveys. He will receive an email with a link to access the self-assessment and will have from October 24th through October 31st to complete the survey. The commissioner will share progress toward the 5 performance expectations and identify challenges and opportunities related to the 7 essential job functions. On November 2nd, board members will receive an email from Katie Corfield at NASB with a link to the board member assessment. Board members will have from November 2nd through November 12th to complete the survey. If board members are interested in having a tutorial on how to use Qualtrics, please contact Katie Corfield before November 2nd. And on this report, I have included Katie's email address for you. If you need that, you can let me know as well. The board members will provide feedback about the commissioner's progress toward the 5 performance goals and also thoughts about fulfillment of the 7 essential job functions. Board members will also be able to provide any additional feedback about the commissioner's work. Board members will have access to the commissioner's responses and any evidence posted to support the responses as they complete the survey. On November 20th, Katie will send the executive committee 2 reports to review. The first report will contain the responses from board members reported verbatim. Those responses will be randomized by item. The second report will be an executive summary, which will contain verbatim comments, but they will be categorized by strengths and opportunities for improvement. On November 22nd, Commissioner Maher and board members will receive both reports to review before the November 30th board work session. At the November 30th board work session, the survey results will be reviewed with Commissioner Maher. On December 1st, an action item will be brought forth for acceptance of the Commissioner's informal assessment report as completed. Also, the Commissioner performance goals with a completion date and report due to the board by December 1 will be considered fulfilled through the progress report on those goals found in the Commissioner's survey results. President Goebbels gave a preview of the October 5th work session topic, which is review proposed changes to board bylaws and policies. She mentioned that there are 3 documents on Spark that will be used. The documents are the bylaws, the BOP, board operating policies, and AMP, agency management policies, with proposed changes. Paper copies will be provided to the board members. President Goebbels introduced the board members to the bylaws and policy changes that have recently been made by the executive committee during the work session. Also during that work session, each bylaw and policy was discussed. We still have policies from the agency management policies to review, and several left in the board operating policies that we will try to return to under additional business today. President Goebbels shared that the President's report will be on self-assessment and board assessment. She will ask the board members to give feedback on the topic. The topic of board self-assessment has been previously discussed during an executive committee meeting. That concludes the executive committee report. Are there any questions on the executive committee report? All right, agenda item 6.1.A is listed as a discussion item to give you an opportunity to ask any final or additional questions that you as board members have about the Commissioner's mid-year appraisal process. Are there any questions? All right, agenda item 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Board member Sherry Jones, who is the vice chair of the committee, will provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee. Sherry?
Yes, thank you, President Goebbels. Members present at yesterday's Budget and Finance meeting were Elizabeth Tegmeyer, myself, and Deborah Neary. The committee reviewed information on the statewide longitudinal data system grant and the $4 million award over 4 years. NDE was awarded the grant to address the following 4 areas at risk, including system-involved youth, access and privacy of data, P20 data systems, and NDA data visualization improvements. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board. The next item reviewed was the 2023-24 deficit budget request. NDE reviewed the changes from what was presented last month, which includes the request for additional salary appropriation related to increased staff compared to the prior year when the agency was at a historic high of unfilled positions. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board for vote. The third action item reviewed by the committee was for disability determination services to contract with 2 additional medical consultants due to increased caseloads. The funding for this work is provided by the Social Security Administration. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board. The last action item reviewed was the authorization to approve the bipartisan Safer Communities Stronger Connections grant awards. Per NDE, all districts that submitted a grant application with acceptable uses per the grant requirements will receive a portion of the $4.9 million grant award. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board. Additionally, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel expense report and in-state authorizations noting no concerns. Last, NDE staff reviewed work being done that will result in action items being brought to the board in the next couple of months. The upcoming items include an RFP for a public workforce grant related to reducing social isolation for individuals with traumatic brain injuries, a contract with DHHS to allow ATP to continue to provide services related to reviewing home and vehicle modifications, a request to allow summer school and after-school funds to be reallocated based on district need, and a contract with the vendor to provide support for the advisor system. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Sherry. Are there any questions for the committee chair? Are there any questions on reports on item 6.2.A? That's the monthly board travel expense reports. Agenda item 6.2B, accept the 2023 statewide longitudinal data system grant from the U.S. Department of Education. Is there a motion on item 6.2.B? Deborah?
Yes, I move to accept the 2023 statewide longitudinal data system grant from the U.S. Department of Education.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to accept the 2023 statewide longitudinal data system grant from the U.S. Department of Education. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison, Fricke,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojans, Neary,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept the 2023 statewide longitudinal data system grant from the U.S. Department of Education is affirmative. Is there a motion on item 6.2.C?
Yes. Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to submit the department's deficit budget request for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to submit the department's deficit budget request for fiscal year 2023-24. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojans, Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricke,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to submit the department's deficit budget request for the fiscal year 2023-24. Is there a motion on item 6.2.D?
I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve the 2023-2024 medical consultant contracts for the disability determination section.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to approve the 2023-24 medical consultant contracts for the disability determinations section. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojans, Jones,
Yes.
Fricke,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, 6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it. And the motion to authorize the Commissioner to approve the 2023-24 medical consultant contracts for the disability determinations section. Agenda item 6.2E This is to authorize the commissioner to approve the bipartisan Safer Communities Stronger Connection grants awarded to districts. Is there a motion on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve the bipartisan Safer Communities Stronger Connections grants awarded to the districts.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to approve the bipartisan Safer Communities Stronger Connections grants awarded to districts. Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons, 6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to approve the bipartisan Safer Community Stronger Connection grants awarded to district is passed. Agenda item 6.3 is the Planning and Evaluation Committee report. Chair Deborah Neary will provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Yes. The committee consists of myself, Lisa Fricky, Patty Goebbels, and Sherry Jones. The committee reviewed the approval of the Priority School Progress Plan for Asante Elementary School and Asante High School. School representatives provided clarification and shared adjustments made from the September board meeting. Both schools will return mid-year to provide an update on the implementation of their plans. And I just want to also thank Sherry Jones for making a school visit with Dr. Maher and being our eyes and ears on the ground and having conversations that she was able to bring back that made, I don't want to speak for our committee, but I felt like there was some enthusiasm, and we look forward to working, continuing our work with Asante for progress. The committee reviewed the approval of Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Auburn Public Schools. The committee also reviewed the approval of the Rule 10 waiver for the Blue Hill Community Schools for the 2023-24 academic year regarding 6th grade participation in athletics. The committee recommends the approval of these items. The committee discussed the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system. NDE staff described the components and requirements of the plan and provided a timeline for submission. NDE staff answered questions related to student participation in assessment. NDE staff also provided a brief update on the Technical Advisory Committee, which occurred earlier this week, and we are truly grateful to all of the TAC committee members that volunteer their time to serve to help guide the decisions made about assessments in Nebraska. The committee received an update on the fall 2023 state and federal accountability processes. NDE staff members answered questions related to graduation rate indicator calculations, as well as provided a tentative timeline for accountability results. NDE staff will return to share updates with the full board during the next board meeting. The committee received an update on the planned review of the 2017 Nebraska College and Career Ready Standards for Science. NDE staff members provided information and answered questions related to the review process, stakeholder engagement, and provided a tentative timeline. And one of the things we as board members might want to watch for is that in November there will be a public survey about the current science standards, so people have an opportunity to give their input before we start the process formally. So we will want to make sure as board members that we're sharing those with our stakeholders that we connect with. The committee received an update regarding a draft timeline for a comprehensive ESSA plan amendment and seek initial input on key policy questions. NDE staff will return to discuss with the full board at the next board meeting. The committee received an update on the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Grant combined state plan development, as you might have heard during the presentation earlier this meeting. All states are required to submit a plan to the U.S. Department of Labor that outlines a 4-year strategy for the state's workforce development system, and Nebraska VR contributes to a portion of that plan. NDE staff will share their completed section at the next board meeting. The committee also received an update on the Rule 10 accreditation process for Lawrence Nelson Public Schools and Sandy Creek Public Schools. NDE staff shared context of the deunification of the South Central United School District 5. NDE staff will share recommendations at the next board meeting. This concludes the planning and evaluation report. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the committee chair? Right. Agenda item 6.3.A. This is to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School. Is there a motion on item 6.3.A?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School.
Is there a second to the motion? It's moved and seconded to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School. Is there any discussion on this motion?
And maybe Dr. Vargas can help me. Was there any discussion on if we're not achieving our goals, what was going to happen?
Good morning, everyone. Shirley Vargas, Administrator for School and District Support. I'm joined by colleague, contractor Caitlin Sharp from TNTP, who's our partner as the lead contractor working with Asante Community Schools, specifically the elementary, middle school, and the high school. The conversation really is about the recommendation that would be made through the commissioner, and for that decision then to be made by the state board. So it would be getting ahead of myself to be able to say this is a definitive decision when that really rests upon you all as an elected board, and it's within your statutory authority to then decide we don't approve of that recommendation, we need to go the other way, or we approve this recommendation. And that recommendation is yet to be determined based off whether or not the plans are approved today. We continue to do that work moving forward.
Okay. So we're on the elementary school. Was there any turnover in admin at the elementary from last year to this year?
No, there was not.
Okay. That's it on elementary.
Sherry? Defer? Okay, Elizabeth?
So I did notice that the proficiency goals were raised from 15% to 20% at the elementary level. So just kind of running off from what Ms. Morrison had done last month with some math, based on a classroom of 25 kids, 15% would be 3.75 kids being proficient in reading. And by moving it to 20%, now we're looking at 5 out of 25 students being proficient at reading. Is that, I don't even know if it's a question. It's still just a very strong concern about the other 80%. Because, I'm pretty passionate about literacy. And so, and I know we all are, because we know that without being able to read, the students won't have a successful future.
If I can just clarify, so the specific point you're referring to is specific to K2 MAP growth. It's not necessarily about proficiency. I just want to make that clarification so that we make sure we're all looking at the same information. But I would like to, if you could just follow me along I know the materials on Spark, and you may have probably printed them out, but I'm on page 4 of the elementary plan, where the intention here was to include the information that was on the rationale document. And what you see here is that we're also leveraging the information that we obtained from the beginning of year, right? So throughout the plan, we have included, you have beginning of year information that you didn't have last month, right? So last month you were just like, where are we, what's going on? And now that we have this information, we really wanted to make sure that we can provide that information to you. So anyway, back to page 4, what you see on page 4 here is just to have a really deep understanding well, where are students starting out right now, and what is realistic to what can be done with the teaching capacity that exists at the school, and ensuring that while this may be the target, absolutely there is work towards ensuring that everyone is improving, but we need to have a realistic, attainable target here that sets up then that proficiency for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, but we're solely looking at K2 with this metric. And given the beginning of year data, the team believed, and I supported this work with them, that 20% is appropriate given the push that you all gave last month. But I think just arbitrarily continuing to move it up and up doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be successful. We want them to feel some success. And I totally agree and share that concern with you about, well, what about the rest of them? So that's where the continuation of the work is happening with our partner here, TNTP, and others.
Dr. Vargas, I have a question. Obviously, achievement is the ultimate goal, but you can't get to achievement until you have prerequisites that allow for achievement, such as high-quality instructional materials, attendance in school. So can you just provide a summary of how those prerequisites are included in the plan?
Absolutely. I would love to share very briefly, and I would also love to share our expert that we have here and has been selected to do this work alongside the school team. And it really does have a lot to do with ensuring that we're articulating what are the expectation of the materials, having teachers understand what the materials are asking students to do, that they're aligned to standards, and that they're using the assessments that come with the materials as well, so that they're building that knowledge and formative assessments to drive daily instruction. And I'll have Caitlin add any additional.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. Also in their priority school plan, you see the role of staff development. So in addition to continuing with the work of their ELA, high quality instructional material, this year we are also supporting math implementation as well, so they're in year 1. We also have aligned structures to help make sure that our students that are coming in below grade level can access that grade appropriate material. That staff development looks like weekly virtual and video observations with teachers and a TNTP coach, monthly staff development that the board made possible through a calendar that included PD, and the board actually invested in additional time from TNTP to support their materials implementation, not just in elementary, but K-12.
You mentioned prerequisites. Where were those prerequisites 3 years ago?
3 years ago, they were also in the plan. You can actually look at the plan on our webpage. But essentially, it was more focused on, well, what instructional practices do we need to ensure that students are learning? So things related to looking at student work protocols, or instructional practices related to question formation, or things related to turn-in talks and opportunities to respond that are important. But if they're not grounded in rigorous grade level aligned tasks every day and building upon each other, then they just become practices a teacher can do, but they're not building student ownership. So if I can go back in time, that's a different conversation, right? But we're here today with this one-year plan. So I take your point, I appreciate you bringing that up, because we aren't starting from nowhere. It's about how do we now bring all these pieces together and help build the team that is there right now. So thank you for that.
And I would like to share, for the benefit of my fellow State Board of Education members, as well as the public, I'd like to share my comments. And these will be thoughts I had following my visit to the Asante Community Schools. After spending 3.5 hours at Asante Community Schools, visiting with their team of administrators, staff, and a school board member, touring the school and hearing the TNTP, Caitlin, review the plan, I'm in a position to support the revised progress plans for their elementary school and high school. It appears there are capable staff members in place to carry out the improvement plans. This includes administration who will offer continuity and stability,
a K through 12 dean of students, truancy officer, a consultant to Asante who personally has students attending the school, and a board who recognizes the gravity of their situation. I specifically asked several non-administrators about their level of confidence in the plan, and they voiced confidence. They also recognized there may be a need to modify the plans and stated their willingness to do so. The administrators acknowledge that improving attendance is a critical piece and have structures in place to address this. And as I believe, showing up is the first step to developing proficiency. So that needs to be a priority, and that was on my radar when I entered the school that day. They recognize the need to provide professional development so that the teachers have the skills they need to teach the curriculum with integrity. They have a plan for effective use of paraeducators in the area of monitoring student progress, which will greatly assist the classroom teachers, I believe, and that I didn't anticipate seeing, but that was a nice piece. And they're offering monthly family nights, building relationships, drawing the families in, which I think is key to the success of this program as well. There are several things I might add that I am hoping for and I'll be watching for. My hope is that they will somehow integrate more academics into their summer school and increase the attendance of their summer school program for elementary schools students. Develop more for the high schoolers in the area of career and technical education, and I believe they're having communications with Macy, the Stacy Hardy, and others, which I think is very important for the high schoolers. And as I previously expressed about the reading curriculum, I hope they will continue to assess the current curriculum they are using, making sure their choice of reading curriculum is producing the gains they are expecting. And I appreciate that in the plan, you've raised their proficiency expectations. I think that was important. So thank you for your work in this, and that's just my thoughts, I guess, board and public.
I just want to thank you, Board Member Jones, for sharing your thoughts. You were there, boots on the ground, and interviewing people, and that went beyond what was on paper. And that helped me understand the situation a little better. So thank you for that.
So I would like to, because Sherry brought up the truancy officer and the different hopes for addressing the chronic absenteeism, but I don't see it in the plan, and I am not on this committee that you reported to yesterday. So I would really like to hear more how you will increase attendance, because with 48% K-5 not attending 90% of the year, we know that we need to have them in the classroom to achieve. And so I would like to hear more about the attendance plan, and you can touch on elementary as well as high school if it goes together. Because that was going to be a question for my high school one. So.
I love that. We would love to talk about that. So on either plan, well, let me just stick to the elementary exact. So on the elementary plan, page 15, there are implementation plan details and examples. Appendix C is hyperlinked. You should be able to, if you're on your computer, click on it. But if not, you can scroll down to, I believe it's page 19, thank you, where you begin to see, 22, I apologize. Page 22, where you begin to see, first and foremost, well, what do we know and understand and believe about student attendance? And then what are the structures to support that attendance piece? So first and foremost, there has to be an expectation that everybody is coming to school every day. So if you're on the elementary plan, page 22. So we have to make sure that everyone is coming to school every day, and that we are setting up systems and structures to support that piece. And then the team specifically outlines engagement, social interaction, incentives, coming to class, support systems. And then there's specific protocols, right? So what does it mean when a child comes in? Even when we went to visit the school that day, there was someone at the front door ready to take was taking attendance, marking anything, doing a little grab and go breakfast, because that's also something that will you come to school and then you want a little meal, right? So just making sure that there's at least this expectation. You're coming to school, you're getting what you need, and there's someone there to greet you, not just wandering the halls, right? And then, well, what does it mean on the adult aspect? So who's making phone calls? Who's appropriately tracking this data? And then weekly attendance meeting protocols. So then it's not good enough to just say we took attendance today and tomorrow and the day after and then we're done, but it's about what are we seeing in terms of patterns and trends over a week and then over a month and then ultimately throughout the school year to be able to determine who needs specific interventions and for what based off of the reasons for why a child might be absent or missing school for any portion of the day. And I'll turn it over to Caitlin, who might want to add additional information here.
Sure, to add that, I think the critical lever that we've used in the first 6 to 8 weeks of school is consistency from the attendance team. Consistency in the phone calls, consistency in the conversations, consistency in their meetings for root cause analysis. We're looking at data every week to understand more about the barriers for students and working to address them and then following up each week. Did we do it? Did it work? Do we want to keep it? Do we want to shift? So it's about building the habits from the adults to have incredibly high expectations for what they can achieve if they put really strong systems in place and then supporting students where they're at.
So what kind of, it's October, what kind of reduction in absenteeism are you seeing right now from this system? Oh, sorry, Dr. Maher.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. Look, let me give you a little preamble, and then I'll get specifically to that question. So two things as you're having the conversation, I'm reminded of when I went to Sioux Falls as the superintendent in the Sioux Falls School District, our graduation rate was unacceptable. It was too low. And so we put plans in place to improve the graduation rate without decreasing rigor, without artificially coming up with a number. And we saw improvement almost immediately because our focus was on it. But our improvement was 3%. That was a heck of a move, but it wasn't the final goal. It was a step. It was just the first step in really getting back to what could be acceptable. And so I would say that when we're looking at the numbers, we're not looking at a final number. We're not looking at a final goal. We're looking at some steps along the way and how do we have some success to get to where we need to be. Two things I was looking for when I went to Asante. One was, are the people in place that have a passion to do what needs to be done? And I would tell you that I would check that off. It's anecdotal, but I would check that off from my own perspective. I see two new administrators. They're at high school. They're at the high school level, but I truly believe their impact will be system-wide, especially since one of them will be the superintendent, I believe, come January. So there will be a system-wide impact. Also, the inclusion of a truancy officer to work to what I consider to be a critical piece, a leading indicator for success for any sort of proficiency is just getting kids to school. So how do we attack the attendance issue? And then we saw board members, we saw parents, and we talked to a teacher, and all had great passion for improvement. The other thing when we were all meeting in summary at the end of the day that I was looking for was, where's the evidence? Specifically, I asked, if you've put these things in place, can you give me any year-over-year evidence that there is success? Clearly, we can't see the proficiency yet, et cetera, but from an attendance perspective, we could. And I would tell you their attendance clerk, and I don't know if that's her official title or not, was in the room, and she said, yes, year over year, September 20th from 22 to September 20th of 23, we've seen an 8% increase in our attendance rate. That was hard and fast evidence. So I think between the people that we saw and we talked to in the programs, et cetera, we can check that off. But beyond that, the evidence, and I would contend the leading indicator to any success they might have in their school, attendance has shown a year-over-year improvement of 8%. And I would I would say that's substantial improvement.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, do you want to just stay there for the next motion? Okay, thank you. That way you won't have to make multiple trips. All right, the motion is to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons, Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
No.
Fricky. Yes. 5 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
The votes are 5 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary School is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.b? This is to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School.
Yes. I move to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the priority school progress plan for Asante High School. Is there any discussion on the motion?
And I think Dr. Maher answered. We have a new high school principal. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. I do have a concern going backwards of the 100% graduation rate after being an amazingly unattended school last year. So I do have concerns on that. So, but it was nice. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to have a 100% graduation rate and nobody going to school. New principal, thank you. Hopefully we can do better.
Other discussion?
Just a few more questions. Can you, I do want you to help identify for me, because I'm with Kirk. We have a goal right now, and so help me correlate this goal of 20% of students meeting attendance expectations. So what are the attendance expectations?
So specifically what we wanted to do here, what the team wanted to do here, and what you may have seen in the rationale was first, do the inverse of the goal. So we want to make sure, first and foremost, students were coming to school. Was it every day and was it consistent? No. So I think that's the first piece. The second piece is related to the fact that we're talking about reducing chronic absenteeism. So literally looking at if they are missing 10% of their time or more in membership. So when it says at least 20% of the students are meeting attendance expectations, you may want to talk a little bit more how you might want to inverse that, so that way it's clear to them and us, everybody.
Our goal is to reduce chronic absenteeism by 10% in this year. Being chronically absent means that you miss more than 10% of school. So to meet attendance expectations, you need to be here 90% of the time. One reason why you see the goal written this way, instead of an average, is to ensure that we are serving and meeting the needs of every single student. Ideally, we will do more than that. But we know that the statewide focus is 5% reduction in chronic absenteeism, and we're going to start from a point of doubling that reduction.
So we want them to be there, we want them to hit 90% of the days. So in a 180-day school year, we're okay with absenteeism of 18 days a year.
We followed the way that it's written in the AQuest measure of how the state defines meeting attendance.
Okay, so help, this is the question that I had then. Help me correlate how, if our goal is 20% of students meeting these attendance expectations, we can set a goal of a 90% graduation rate. I was a high school teacher. If you're not in class, you're not getting valuable information. So I'm not sure how we can graduate 90% if kids aren't there.
So what we don't want to do, right, so we understand that, and the school understands, and their board understands that there is this discrepancy, right? There's this misalignment between 100% four-year graduate, I'm talking about four-year cohort graduation rate. We also don't want them then to go down, so all of a sudden now we have a 40% graduation rate. So what can the school do realistically right now to ensure that they're maintaining graduation expectations? So in a lot of our smaller schools, we see this too, where a student might not be present, but they're coming for after school, or they're coming some other time where they're, so to speak, making up their work, and they're able to work with their classroom teachers around what it means to catch up and meet whatever the expectation is for that class in order to meet graduation expectations. The board and the team acknowledge that there is work to be done, because now they've set themselves this bar of 100% graduation rate, but we're looking at their ACT results, we're looking at what their daily instruction is like. There is that misalignment, but it doesn't now mean that that the school and the board themselves, nor myself, is okay with them lowering graduation expectations. So we don't want that to also be, now they're gonna, let's say it goes back and it's like, oh, it's a 50% graduation. That's not acceptable either. So it's just trying to balance this unrealistic precedent that they set for themselves, and now trying to make sure they can actually maintain that over time by increasing all of these other pieces, ensuring students come to school, that they're provided rigorous on-grade level instruction, and that they're monitoring progress over time to support students achieve higher on ACT.
Can I chime in? 2 seconds. So how do we know we're getting a true graduation rate?
It's a great question, and one I would also ask all of our other high schools as well. Like, this is not a single Asante High School problem. This is definitely, or situation or challenge, if you will, and I want to make sure that even Commissioner and I and a few of us have spoken about, well, what does it mean to support overall graduation improvement over time for our schools in terms of our overall accountability system? And what does it mean to have rigorous graduation expectations? So those are pending and ongoing conversations that we will have as a board, and then I know we'll have internally and externally with stakeholders, but it's not the perfect response, Kirk. I understand that. Trust me that these are conversations we are collectively having with their board, who also has ownership over this as well, as they certify this, right? And they sign their diplomas.
So digging down into classroom attendance a little bit more, does Asante have is there a policy that if you miss a certain number of days, you become at risk of not receiving credit for that class towards graduation? Or is this, I'm asking because when I was a teacher, we would have, if students missed a certain number of days, we would have to send out notification to the parents that they were at risk of not receiving credit for that class because it's not a correspondence school. You need to be in the classroom. There are just valuable activities, things that cannot be made up after school with homework. And so my question is there a point where then they're notified that, sorry, you've missed 35 days of math, you're not going to get graduation credit for it?
I don't have the handbook committed to memory, and I could look. I know that they've been operating under a making up the work way of doing this, and I would say with our work this year to implement a very rigorous curriculum in math and ELA to understand proficiency for our high school students and where they need support for what they want to do next, and to third, work as a board and community to make graduation tie to their future success in this meaningful way. I think the board would be really open to investigating their policies and seeing what they need to do to ensure that students are present and meeting credit expectations. So I have seen a real commitment from their school board to look at this and take on the question that you all are asking.
Okay. Okay. So what I saw on the plan was that the academic measure would be the ACT, which would be given their junior year. Has there been any discussion on other academic measures, maybe using MAPs? Because I know a lot of schools use that for 9, 10, and 12th grade to assess.
So the school has, I'm trying to recall every possible thing for the past few years. I don't believe has ever really used MAP in the high school. It has been a K-8 specific measure that they've used. What the team and the school and the board is committed to this year is strongly and really intentionally implementing high quality instructional materials and the assessments that are then brought along with those materials in the classroom. I think first and foremost, what we know is that there hasn't been consistent grade level rigorous instruction every day across every classroom for every child. So we have to start there. I think there is room to consider, would the school want to move towards having a norm reference assessment, national norm, right, that gives you that information. I know that MAP does also provide like a predictive ACT score as well, right? So there's room there to consider, but I think for this 1 year, we need to really focus on classroom instruction. What is the teacher, what is the student doing, and how is that all related to the standard that they should be mastering by the end of that course? And that's where we're starting right now, and building those specific practices and muscle memory so they can do that over time consistently every day. And then consider, well, what would it mean to potentially, if appropriate, have MAP be the one that is used for 9, 10, and 11. I know that the team is believe doing pre-ACT as well, right? So like that is something that the team is engaged in. But I hear your point, and it's balancing the amount of change and the amount of what it would mean to implement that and then use the data, right? So just to provide MAP, but then what does it mean to be really well versed in what the data is and isn't telling you and how it's aligned to standard and instructional decisions? I think that's where we are conscious and are considering that. The team is considering that, but that is not in the plan at the moment, as that we're really focusing on classroom instruction.
So what is the ELA curriculum that the school has chosen for high school?
Odell.
Okay, and how does that align to our Nebraska state standards? Because some curriculum align more closely.
It is well aligned, and we are also going to be using the state assessments to then pause and say, how does this need to connect to their ACT preparation? How does this need to connect to their proficiency? So, and you'll see in the third item on our priority plan is to come back to you all with a clear plan for how we assess, align, and work towards proficiency in the high school in math and ELA, because we think it's important.
I appreciate the questions and conversation and answers. What I feel more confident about this time is, before it seemed like they didn't touch base to make sure there was continuity and consistency with their teaching. And now it sounds like they're going to meet every week to assess. Are you confirming is that correct?
I will finish your sentence, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if they're meeting once a week to assess where they are and how they're progressing, I think that's a better strategy and will provide for a better outcome, because they're holding each other accountable, the leadership and teacher to teacher. So that's what I'm hoping for. So if that's the case, thank you for placing that or encouraging that.
And I guess one comment that I'd like to make is that students are more likely to come to school when there's relevancy. So I was really pleased to see that culturally responsive teaching and learning is part of the plan. You know, that it's just stated there, but that told me there's recognition of how important that is. And so I'm glad to see that there's at least thought related to that. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is to approve the Priority School Progress Plan for Asante High School. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons, Penner,
No.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer. 4 yes, 2 no, 2 absent.
The votes are 4 yeas, 2 nays, and 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the Priority School Progress Plan for Asante High School is adopted. Thank you. Agenda item 6.3.c, approve Rule 11 waiver request from Auburn Public Schools. Is there a motion on this item?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve Rule 11 waiver request from Auburn Public Schools.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve Rule 11 waiver request from Auburn Public Schools. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer? Yes. Goebbels?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Morrison? Kojons? Fricky?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 11 waiver request from Auburn Public Schools is adopted. Agenda item 6.3.d, approve Rule 10 waiver for Blue Hill Community Schools for the 2023-24 academic year regarding 6th grade participation in athletics as outlined in the request. Is there a motion on item 6.3.d?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve Rule 10 waiver for Blue Hill Community Schools for the 2023-24 academic year regarding 6th grade participation in the athletics as outlined in the request.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve Rule 10 waiver for Blue Hill Community Schools for the 2023-24 academic year regarding 6th grade participation in athletics as outlined in the request. Is there any discussion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Kojons? Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer? Yes. Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 10 waiver for Blue Hill Community Schools for the 2023-24 academic year regarding 6th grade participation in athletics as outlined in the request is adopted. Agenda item 6.3.e, update and discussion of the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system. At this time, we will have a staff presentation from Trudy Clark on the discussion item regarding the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system. Welcome, Trudy.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Okay, excellent.
Depending
Yes.
upon which time zone you're in.
I know. I've been sending emails like good morning, good afternoon, good morning. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you the annual statewide assessment plan for 2023 to 2024. So it's actually this year's plan, and it is something that is required. Is this for me to move forward? Yes, excellent. This has not been done for 23-24. This is a plan that's required in state statute, and you'll see that on the slides. It is 79-760.03, subsection 2, and it is specifically aimed at the state board adopting a plan for an assessment and reporting system and implement and maintain the assessment and reporting system according to such plan. So it is something that once we have your adoption, then it is submitted electronically to the governor, the chairperson of the education committee, as well as the clerk of the legislature. And because we have not done so yet for 2023 to 2024, this is the discussion of the plan, and then in December, I'll be coming back to ask for the adoption of the plan. This is not the plan that you are expecting from the commissioner. This is just really an explanation of what we are doing in the assessment division for assessment for this year. So moving forward then, these are the components of the statewide assessment plan, and they are traditionally been reported in the assessment plan. So it begins with an explanation of what the standards adoptions, when we first began the college and career ready standards, so for each of the 3 content areas. Then there's an explanation of the categories of achievement. So you'll see a definition for developing, for on track and advanced, and then also for ACT benchmark, because they utilize that naming convention for their advanced. Then there's information about the nationally normed reference test that we provide, and we are collecting that data through NSCAS growth, because we now have that data provided to through the NSCAS growth assessment. Previously, we used map growth. Since we have that nationally normed element to our statewide assessment, we are using NSCAS growth data to report that. There is also, by law, we need to ensure confidentiality of student information, and so there's an explanation of how we do that, and specifically calling that out. We want to make sure that that is also recognized in the plan. We also specifically state that we include all students in statewide summative assessments. That is including our students with special needs, students with the significant cognitive disabilities through the alternate assessment, and then of course also our English language learners. So it's the inclusion of all students in statewide summative assessments. There's also links to our technical reports, and we have recently added the results from the standard setting work that we did over the summer, the alignment work that we've done over the summer, and other technical reports that are created by our vendors to ensure that we are very transparent in that work. Then there is data on how Nebraska students perform nationally. So that national metric, that national assessment, what's that? National assessment instrument that is required through Rule 10. The data from that, so as I mentioned on number 3, when we talked about that nationally normed reference test, there is now statewide data that we are sharing in that document. And I know previously we talked about trying to bring this to your notice and your adoption earlier, but until we get the data from the test and we do all of the psychometric cleaning and all of that, that's what kept us from bringing it to you earlier. So, and then finally, we include the test administration reporting schedules. So all of that information is there as well. So that's the assessment plan. This is what I'll be bringing to you for adoption in December, but I wanted to share this with you and answer any questions that I may, if you have any. Yes, ma'am.
So Dr. Clark, thank you for being here. This is along the vein of statewide assessment. Because when we visited Scottsville Public Schools, they did note that their test scores were embargoed. Can you just remind me of when that embargo will be lifted?
Sure.
And then, so when all test scores for all schools will be available?
Yes. The data is embargoed until the Nebraska educational profile is ready to go public. And so right now, the schools are having an additional look to ensure that there's accuracy and the information is correct. So all along, during this summer and now this is their final opportunity to be sure that the data that's in the Nebraska educational profile is reflective of what they know about their district. And as soon as then that is finished and then all of the other reporting pieces are in place, that's when the NEP will go public. Now, as I understand it, that's not my purview, but as I understand it, it's expected to be complete and ready to go public mid to late November, possibly first part of December, but they're giving themselves mid to late November is when they expect to have that publicized. Okay. And then the embargo is over.
Okay, and so I apologize for giving you this question, as
That's
that's
all right.
not under you. I just
Yeah.
assumed it was, as you're our testing expert.
Yeah.
So who can I further this conversation with? Because I have some questions.
That would be Derek Ippenson.
Okay.
He is the head of accountability. And then also we have our data people, but Derek would be the person that you would want to contact.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll look forward to seeing the report. Agenda item 6.4, Rules and Regulations Committee. Chair Elizabeth Tetmeyer will provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee.
Okay, the Rules and Regulations Committee reports on the October 5th, 2023 meeting of the committee. Members present were Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer and Kirk Pinner. On June 2nd, 2023, the State Board of Education approved revisions to Rule 23, Educator Certification. The rule was then submitted to the Attorney General's office for the required review. The Attorney General's office returned the rule with 4 areas of concern. The changes will require the State Board of Education to adopt the rule with new revisions, but will not require a new public hearing. So here are the 4 changes that came back from the Attorney General's office. Removing the ability to use a conditional permit to teach prior to meeting the human relations training requirement. Conditional permits are authorized by State Statute 79-814.02, which focuses on applicants waiting for completion of the criminal history record information check. Listing the requirements for military permits instead of relying on a cross-reference to a statute that applies only to spouses of active duty service members. The third change that we had to make was adding the statutory directive to expedite applications submitted by the spouses of active duty service members. And the last one is reinstating explanations of use of the Social Security numbers on forms contained in each appendix to meet the disclosure requirements of Section 7B of the Federal Privacy Act of 1974. The committee also discussed the need to develop a rule for security-related infrastructure grant program. NDE staff presented some policy questions to the committee that guided the discussion and provided an overview on the Administrative Procedure Act, explaining the need of the development of a rule to establish and administer the competitive grant program. The committee agreed on establishing a rule for the security-related infrastructure grant program. The committee will review public input of the draft in October, so it'll be sent via email this month, and the hearing drafts again via email November 2023. A public hearing will be scheduled in January 2024. The committee will discuss the final draft, and the full board will consider the proposed rule for school safety and security during the January 2024 committee meeting. NDE's staff provided an update to our policy decisions related to future potential revisions to Rule 21 and 24. Brad Dirksen had researched our border states certification requirements, and then we had a policy discussion. And I just wanted to add sort of an anecdote to our minutes for those who aren't on the Rules Committee, that we had a very, I would say, robust conversation about what we want our teachers to know and be able to do in our classrooms. And we talked about how those skills can be demonstrated. We also discussed the requirements to become a teacher, who sets those requirements, and what's motivating the requirements. We had a pretty extensive conversation on the role of the state board in determining the requirements and how many of the requirements are determined by post-secondary education, which does stand to financially benefit from what we believe may be at times extensive requirements. So this discussion is going to continue at some of our future committee meetings as we continue to dig into Rules 21 and 24, because ultimately our goal is to address the teacher shortage by removing unnecessary barriers to certification and additional endorsements. So this concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Are there any questions for the committee chair? Deborah?
I was just looking. We're not taking any actions, are we? There is an action item for Rule 21. I'll wait till then.
I guess a question I had was, I thought I heard in your report that you referred to Rule 23. Yeah. I believe it's Rule 21 that you were intending to refer to, wasn't it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Rule 23 has been repealed, so that just must have been a mistake in reading.
Just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with that. Yeah. Okay. Agenda item 6.4B is to approve revisions to Rule 21. Is there a motion on item 6.4.B?
I move to approve revisions to Rule 21.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. It's moved and seconded to approve revisions to Rule 21. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I guess I don't understand this well enough to know if the revisions are significant or not. And so is there a staff person that, I mean...
So I'm actually going to ask Tammy Berry to come up, because she is our... she consults us on the law and how this conflicted, some of our changes conflicted with the law. So I'm going to let her go into that explanation.
I'm Tammy Berry, and I'm one of the legal counsels for the department. And so, can you repeat your question so I can answer it?
I guess I'd want to take them one at a time and know, are these significant changes that we need to go back? I mean, I know we don't have to procedurally, but are we better served going back to the stakeholder groups to get input?
None of these changes were substantive in nature.
Okay.
If you want me to go through them, I can, but
That's
they were
the
not.
that was the answer I was looking for.
And I think that one thing that wasn't made clear in the minutes of our committee meeting is these changes, we were told legally we had to abide by what the Attorney General's office said. So, like it or not, we have to do what they say.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, the motion is to approve revisions to Rule 21. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Morrison, Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons. 6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve revisions to Rule 21 is adopted. Next on the agenda is Agenda Item 7, Additional Business. We will address first the 2 items that have been pulled from the consent agenda. Those 2 items are 5.3B, 5.3.C. Is there a motion related to 5.3.B?
Yes, President Goebbels. I move to authorize the Commissioner to renew a contract for the Indigenous Pedagogies Project.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to renew a contract for the Indigenous Pedagogies Project. Discussion.
I believe that a couple of us pulled this item, but in particular for me, one of the reasons I pulled this item off of the consent agenda is I want to share information with our public, some information that they may not realize, and even for the board members, I guess, that it provides some background information for how I feel about this. But I want to let our patrons know that last year's special education rates in the state were at about 16%. And the rates for our Native American children are much higher. And I may have, although my focus and is on all children in Nebraska, I specifically think about my District 6 area, which includes the Asante, Walt Hill, Winnebago, and Macy communities. And so there, without specifically stating their special education rates, I will mention that their average rates are 6 to 9% higher than the state average. So I think this is a concern of mine. Also, being a special education major and having taught that, I have significant concerns as well in this area. So just some background information. But when I read this, when I started to read the goal of this, it says the goal of this 3-year project is to alleviate the overrepresentation of Indigenous learners identified for special education services. And I thought, great, how are they going to do this? And I assumed that it would be best accomplished by direct services offered to the students, because just in my experience, students that are on the verge of being identified or struggling, they need direct services to identify what are their deficiencies, how can we best address those and provide direct service to the student. But then as I read on, or another thing that would be very helpful is developing the skills of the teacher to identify the discrepancies or the deficiencies, I should say, and then go from there to develop the skills of the teacher to better address. But then this project isn't really directly looking at the student providing services, nor is it building the actual skill set of the teacher, but it is focusing on the teacher, I guess. So I was just kind of wondering, how will we judge like what have been the positive results? I'm kind of wondering. It's a 3-year. So the second year is finishing up this December. So we've had 2 years in this project. It's going to cost $200,000 for this remaining year, I believe. And how will we gauge the effectiveness, which I think should be if the rates drop. So I would hope that we would see that. So I'm just kind of wondering what has been accomplished in the past 2 years and what are some examples of positive results. I'm just I have some wonderments about that. So if Amy Roan, would you come up? Thank you, Amy.
Absolutely. I'm Amy Roan. I'm the Administrator and State Director of the Office of Special Education and currently the project lead for this Indigenous Pedagogies project. So to answer your question fairly globally, as we're working with districts to engage in activities within this project, but not necessarily, as you said, working at the direct student level. It truly is about helping school districts and then school programs understand the cultural relevance and the cultural components that exist in identifying children for anything, but specifically in this project for being students with disabilities. And over all of the school districts that have populations, Indigenous populations, we see over-identification of students in the early grades. So we did a data disaggregation, and it really does begin at the kindergarten level. And so what this project really is specifically focusing on with the schools who are participating is really looking at the professional development that needs to exist for the staff in those buildings to understand the cultural relevance that comes along with the different tribes. Many different tribes have different beliefs or systems in place for childcare or early education components. So oftentimes students are entering kindergarten maybe without the readiness or the skill base that may have been available to them had they had early education, preschool education, or even early intervention through special education, through the early intervention and Part C programs that we provide. And then we're seeing over-identification because of maybe things that are just, they haven't been educationally available to those students. So this is really helping to provide the professional development to the educators and special education providers to help ensure that we're putting multi-tiered systems of support in place for students prior to what we like to ensure is the last step, which is special education, and giving them educational opportunities in those kindergarten to see if they are truly able to achieve those and or if they might have a disability which would impact that achievement.
I guess just some of my thoughts would be which would most help. I can see that, Amy, so I appreciate that. That gives me some consideration. I guess, are there any other questions, I guess, that I guess I could ask, are there some services provided, more services being provided directly to the students? This is for teachers, so I presume we have a lot of contracts that are specifically looking at the student deficit and helping to develop that.
So it would be around building the skills of the educators, the administrators, and the teachers in the school systems so that they can identify those components, but then also once they identify those, helping to provide professional development to those same administrators and educators to use evidence-based practices and research-based strategies that will lend itself to results rather than what often happens is doing the same thing that maybe we've done for several years and then wondering why we're still in the same place. So.
I think you've answered this already by saying, my question is, what is the downside to us not approving this, and you've sort of told us what the upside is, but there will also be a downside if you could address that. And will you clarify for me, this is passed through federal money, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the third year of an ESSERS project. The downside of you not approving this will be that you'll get to hear me probably next month, because if you don't approve it through the ESSERS project, I will most likely bring it to you as a special education funded project, because we truly do believe, given the proclamation that happened today and the presentation from Dr. Vargas, that this is a needed area of support for our schools. And so we fully intend to continue to try to support. If it's not funded today, or if it's not approved today, we'll take another stab at it and try and develop some additional components given questions that might have been asked. But ultimately, we do believe that this is in the right direction.
Well, thank you for all that you do in general for special education. I don't know if there's an answer to this, but having done this for 2 years, how do you gauge that this is working? I mean, what do you observe? What are you hearing? What are they doing to show that this is really working?
So the last 2 years has really been focused on working with one specific district, and we can show through data that there has been a decrease in their identification in specific grade levels. So we targeted kindergarten, then we targeted 4th grade, and then we also targeted 8th grade. So looking at those identification rates, we feel like we've had we've seen success. And then also, given those same metrics, we looked at the increase in identification of our birth to 3 population in that district, as well as supporting the ESU that supports that district in utilizing different strategies to increase their rate of response, and also bringing in infants and toddlers to receive early intervention services prior to school settings. And we've seen an increase in that area as well. So we feel like those are metrics that show the success of this. And then also we do focus groups. We pull community members together to see if they're seeing an impact. And then the educators themselves really working to see if they feel like their skills have been increased using several different surveys and focus group methods.
So I've not ever heard this word before. So it says that the cadre will share stories, successes, and barriers to create and strengthen relativeships.
Yep.
With learners, families, community, and colleagues. What is a relativeship?
Relativeship is truly the bringing together of relativeness of this work, as well as relationships to this work. We believe that this all begins with relationships as you work with the Indigenous people. Oftentimes they feel like it's pushed down upon them what they should do. So it really is a meeting of the middle, and utilizing evidence-based practices that we know are effective in these cultural components, because not every school is the same. Not every school has the same tribe, not every school has the same language. So really working individually with those schools to meet in the middle and find where it works for their communities, families, and then the educational system as well. So as part of the, I'm going to say this word wrong too, Wawachanga framework that was developed, this relativeship is an evidence-based strategy that's been researched and that has been brought to our cadre to ensure that the educators are finding that middle ground.
So you said that there was an over-identification of children in the early grades for special ed services, which indicates to me that maybe they're not coming equipped with the things that their teachers thought they would, and so then they were being identified. So what strategies are being used to help the students who actually do not have a disability, do not need an IEP, but maybe need a little extra?
Yeah, so although this really focuses on creating creating pathways for less identification, it really is about ensuring that we're using evidence-based practices and strategies in those different tiers that are put in place. But it's easy to say, oh, you should use this evidence-based practice in your tier 1, but if you haven't built a tier 1 data process to ensure that you know which students should be receiving tier 2, tier 3 supports. So it's really about building those components and then compiling educators and getting them trained on the evidence-based practice that you know will be effective in those different tiers. So it is about providing supports to all students, but ultimately then students with disabilities who are general education students first get access to those as well.
Amy, what are the disadvantages of misidentification for these students?
Well, oftentimes special education doesn't end up being all that special. So our hope is connecting all of the dots within this project and everything we do. We're not just slapping a label on a student saying, oh, you have an IEP now, special education will fix you. It is truly about building a system within a school that says this student needs this support regardless of an IEP, regardless of a plan, regardless of whatever it is, and that the teachers know how to provide that support to that student.
Thank you. I know that's emotional, but I felt it needed to be spoken, so thank you for that.
It's hard to say it's not special.
Any other discussion? Kirk?
Just real quick, I was the one that officially pulled that, so thank you for everything that you do. And my vote on this is more around the professional development. I'd like to see that before I would be a yes vote. So I would like to see what this outside group is consulting or giving our teachers professional development. So that's where I'm at. So thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Amy. All right, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for the Indigenous Pedagogies Project. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Cojons, Fricky,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
No.
Penner,
No.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Goebbels,
Yes.
4 yes, 2 no, 2 absent.
Votes are 4 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent. The affirmative has it. And the motion to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for the Indigenous Pedagogies Project is adopted. I think with that, we will take a recess for lunch. We will need to be back at about 5 minutes to 1 to be prepared for public comment. All right, the State Board of Education will now come back to order from our lunch recess. Before we start public comment, I would just like to acknowledge that the Hemingford Public Schools shared with us. That's what we have in front of us, is these nice little gift buckets. There is a representative from Hemingford here. Would you please just come to the microphone and you can describe what's in these great gifts.
Hello, my name is Misty Curtis. I'm the principal at Hemingford High School, and I just wanted to kind of give you a little piece of Hemingford as you go back to your various parts of the state. In the bucket is a tea towel, and it has the Avenue of the Flags on it. That's something that Hemingford is kind of known for. Memorial Days, Veterans Days, we hang up flags that represent and name badges for all of our veterans and current and deceased that have served, and so it's a really neat thing. We also have a local coffee shop that imports some specialized coffees, so we have a Bobcat brew that we wanted to share with you. So thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We will now move to our public comment period. This period may be made available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for the public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that the public comment should be on topics related to the work of the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on agenda or becoming abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to determine what is out of order. The president may refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have two public comment cards submitted.
Very good. We have 2, Don Lease II and Daryl E. Lechner Jr. Don, you are up first.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Western Nebraska. I'm very pleased that you've gone to the effort as a state board to come out and visit us in Western Nebraska, which, by the way, doesn't start at Kearney, so, or Grand Island. So, thanks. I know you've got a tough job to do. It's you get paid well. You know, that's the interesting part of it. Somebody asked me how much do they get paid, and I said, I think they get a per diem if they're lucky, maybe. So a little mileage. So anyhow, thanks and thanks for coming. Appreciate your job. I think I understand most of the scope of what you do. I may not understand it all, but I think today I'd like to talk a little bit about, first of all, Shadron. That's an exciting program that they go. I mean, we're in a time where it appears that we at least have an apparent teacher shortage situation. I think that's a unique way not only to recruit teachers for the future, but also to end up with much better quality teachers. One of the problems I see in the teaching industry in the traditional educational program, by the way, I have a junior UNL in that program, is that they don't really understand what it's like to be in a classroom. So in tradition, we do all this coursework up front, and then right at the end we say, oh, well, it's time that you go look at this. My suggestion would be to make this mandatory. I don't know that that's necessarily within your power, but it's certainly within your power to recommend that to the legislature, which could, if you can. I think it's so important to have some practical understanding of the job you're going to do, especially when you're working with young children, because it helps you learn to ask the questions, and we all know that questions produce understanding. So one of the things I've discussed with my son is that very issue. I said, what are they teaching about education? You know, he's at a junior level now, and he hasn't had a lot of educational classes. And he did attend Shadron for the first year, and bless their heart, they sent him out to several schools, and he looked, I think he might have been at Hemingford. I know he was at Alliance once. So he did have some experience, but I think we need to beef that up so that these teachers know what they're getting into, number one, and can be better prepared by understanding where they have to be. And what kind of dovetails into that, one of the other things I'd like to see encouraged in the state of Nebraska as far as teacher certification is some basic mental health training. We have a mental health crisis. I don't know if you're aware of that. I work with several organizations on advisory committees and stuff who deal with mental health, and I hear numbers up to 20% of high school kids have mental health struggles. Now that can be from simple anxiety, which we all face. I'm not standing here with a glass of water because I won't get dry throat. But we need to begin to teach our children, and not at the high school age, not at junior high, but in elementary, to handle the stress. Now, a lot of parents do a really good job at that. And I'm not talking about some kind of mumbo-jumbo mental health program that parents are likely to object to. I'm talking about the basic things, like learn how to breathe, okay? You can reduce your stress level significantly just by taking 3 breaths and letting them out slow. It's a common practice. Anybody that's ever done any public speaking, unless you're real natural, does it, okay? So those are the kind of things I'm talking about. Recognizing basic mental health issues. Some of the programs that are available out there are mental health first aid. That's commonly Region 1 teaches it, Panhandle Health teaches it. We need to actually be doing this in a college setting so that they can get a little bit more in depth with their mental health understanding. Teachers have a profound effect. They have the kids 8 hours a day for the most part. Their understanding and their ability to control their mental health is a good example of how to help kids. So those are some basic things. The other thing about mental health is we need to be better in education at diagnosing mental health issues. Teachers are not clinicians, okay? We're lucky if they have this basic understanding of mental health first aid, QPR, things like that. We need to have a robust system. I see I'm out of time. Madam, can I have a little bit more time, please?
No, thank you very much, though. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Can you extend the time to that?
I
No?
can't by law. Or
Okay.
Rule, sorry, rule.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Don. Appreciate it. Daryl.
Been a long road getting here. My name is Daryl Lechner. I'm actually from La Vista. I've driven out here over 440 miles to be at this meeting because this could not wait. I understand and I appreciate all of you board members, but because you do travel the state, and Western Nebraska needs this too. I'm part of a research group that spans across the United States. We've come across some serious things that affect our state of Nebraska, Iowa, Colorado, and multiple other states that I became aware of. Some of this I researched myself, and some of the others have also. This affects our students. On this past Labor Day, there was a socialist conference in Chicago. These are Marxist and card-carrying communists. Half of these groups were teachers spread across the Midwest. This is very concerning. These are not people that speak like the average person. I'm very concerned about this. These people and these organizations are in Nebraska, in Colorado, and in Iowa. We verified a Marxist organization within Des Moines, Iowa itself. There are multiple in Colorado, in Denver, multiple cities there. These groups, to kind of cut to this chase, are designing and taking action currently. They are just trying to destroy what they call, not what I'm calling, the sexual binary. This is a focused group attack on parental rights and for the end goal of destruction of capitalism. These groups are active, very smart, and you may see blue-haired crazy people on the news. That is not them. These are very smart, professional people. Majority of these, other half of this group were professors in colleges. I have tracked down 3 professors at UNO directly who are tied with these Marxist organist groups. The American Library Association, the president of the American Library Association is a card-carrying communist, and her record goes back 7 years, which I directly researched myself. 7 years back, she talks about herself being a verified Marxist. I suggest our libraries across our state divest from the American Library Association immediately. They have made it very clear. We got into 2 other spy streams where the president had stated directly she wants to create activists in our students and in our schools, using the libraries as the mean and tools to get this done. The book stuff is the smokescreen. This is to get teachers who are coming across as activists within your schools to open a conversation. Sexualization of the students is being used as a tool, as a brainwashing tool. This had been researched in Hungary and other countries around the world. And as you sexualize students, I suggest you contact Project Harmony in Omaha, and they'll tell you some of the effects on this immediately. I would recommend any and all things and efforts you move forward and get active, because parents are starting to wake up. I will do everything within my power to make sure we protect our children. If you have any questions to me, I will give you my name, phone number, and directly, so I can pass this information on to each one of you. This is very important. Now, I want you to understand, not all teachers are tied into this. This is not every single teacher by any means. We have a lot of good teachers. I was a school bus driver 13 years, a therapeutic foster parent. I worked directly with kids that were harmed, hurt, and sexualized. I suggest, before we have our schools and our school boards fighting more parents because things have now happened, we make changes now at this level. I've beaten down and gone down to our legislative, and I've talked to more legislative members at Lincoln and at our Capitol. I've talked to also our legal entities within that. They are trying to create policies within our institutions so they have excuses to harm our students, to create activists, to destroy our country. We are at war, and it's not just within Russia. This is within China. At UNO, we had a Confucius group that was directly tied into controlling Chinese students and pushing the Marxist ideology within the United States. In Nebraska, this is not everywhere else. This is in our home state, and I need you all to wake up to this. I love you all. We're Nebraskans. I drove 440 miles to make sure you all and every other Nebraskan was aware of what we've come across. And in the last month and a half, it scared the bejesus out of me. And I need you to understand this. They're pushing hard, and it's not just within our schools. They're after our commerce, they're trying to destroy our economy, and it's a multi-pronged attack. This is just one facet of it. You're warned, and thank you for your time, and I'm sorry I had to bring this hard news.
Thank you, Darrell. Appreciate it.
That concludes our public comment period. So now we will return back to our discussion. Additional business. We have addressed one of the 2 consent agenda items that was removed. So we are ready to now talk about consent agenda item 5.3.c, and that is to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for Step Up to Quality program. Is there a motion related to 5.3.c?
Madam President, I move to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for Step Up to Quality program.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay. It's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for Step Up to Quality program. Discussion.
I was wondering if Melody could come up. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Melody Hobson. I'm the administrator for the Office of Early Childhood. And so, Elizabeth, if you could let me know kind of what you'd like me to talk about.
Yes, I will. Yep, I'm just letting you introduce yourself. So, so I think I sort of understand the premise of the project, but because it's renewal and I wasn't here when it's initially presented,
Okay.
I was just hoping to get a little more information because there's observers and there's anchors, and I'm curious what the desired outcomes of the program are. So if you could succinctly explain what the program will do and then what we're hoping to see come from it.
So I will try to be succinct. We'll see. We'll see how well I do. Okay, Step Up to Quality itself is a voluntary program for early childhood programs for children birth to five, birth to kindergarten, like community-based. They could be family child care. They can be community preschools. They can be child care centers, or school district program, early childhood programs, or Head Start programs. And it is designed so that it is a way that they can both work on their own quality, look at what they're doing on some objective standards of quality, and then at the higher levels of quality, if they want to pursue like a step 4 or step 5, then there is a way that objective observers who are not affiliated with the program can come in and observe different criteria about the program. And so what this contract is, when we say anchors and we say observers, there are two different tools, two different sets of tools that we use in Step Up to Quality. One of them is Environment Rating Scale, and there's an infant toddler scale, there's a preschool scale, and there's a family child care scale. So it's very tailored to each edition, to each setting. And that looks at things like health and safety. You know, are the kids being taught to wash their hands, which sounds very trivial, but if you've been around, 15 preschoolers who don't wash their hands, it's scary. But so things like that, things like how they spend their day. Are there meaningful activities for them? And it's divided out into different areas. Some of it is language and literacy activities. Some of it is math activities. And what is, of course, appropriate for, what's an appropriate math activity for a 3-year-old? Maybe it's, looking at how many pairs of shoes there are, or how many kids are wearing red, or something like that. So anyway, so there, and then it looks at just things about that. Now, the class is the other set of tools, and that has an infant toddler and a preschool, and that class goes up. They have stuff for older kids, but we don't use those because Step Up to Quality ends at kindergarten, before kindergarten. And that really looks at adult-child interactions, because what we know is the most important thing about education is what are children learning from their teachers? And so there are different aspects. There are, is it a warm, inclusive place? Do kids feel comfortable? Are they secure in their play, in this program? The second is the instructional quality. And by instructional quality, we're not talking about sitting and looking at, and doing, drill and practice or rote things, but we are talking about, are you using language that is appropriate, that is varied, that provides them a good vocabulary? Are you asking the questions, so that the kids can learn and kind of consolidate their own learning? Are you helping children to observe, going outside and looking at a woolly caterpillar? What are the things that, what are the attributes of that caterpillar? So all of those things are as distilled as possible into a very objective scale. And so what the anchor does is the anchor works with the tools publisher or creator. And because the strength is you have somebody going in and looking at what's happening. The weakness can be if that person is looking at what they see in a different way than maybe somebody else would. So what the strength of the system is whether all of the observers are interpreting what they see in the same way. So it's a very reliable observation. Free of any bias, free of any, oh, I like this kid's really cute. Okay, that's you get a point for that. No, that can't happen. So the anchor works with the publisher, and they have to achieve a 90% reliability rate on all of the scores of all of the subscales. And then the anchor then goes out and trains the other observers in our system. So we have a number of different observers for each of the different tools. And so for this contract, this person is the anchor for the environment rating scales. And so then she will go out and train other people in the state, and then periodically she goes out after so many observations that they do, then she will go back and then reestablish reliability with that person. So we know that there's no drift, that they are all interpreting the same thing that they're seeing in the same way. Does that help?
So this is a statewide program?
Yes.
And so do we have child care providers throughout the state that are utilizing it?
Yes.
Even out here?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, actually quite a number out here.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
All
that.
I've just, do you have something first before me? Were you going to? Just a couple of things that came to mind as you were speaking, Melody. Does there happen to be a state or federal mandate to provide observations by an outside agency?
No.
Is there any? Okay.
No. No, this is something that while there are more than 40 states that have a quality rating and improvement system, Nebraska's was created by the legislature. So it's Nebraska's.
Okay. And is there any other agency doing the same work in Nebraska?
No.
There
are private entities that may do some quality improvement aspects, but Nebraska, the step up to quality is something that is joint administered by the Department of Education, Office of Early Childhood, and the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
They have a part of it, and we have a part of it.
Okay. And one last, I think this was asked about the related item before this, but what would be the result if we did not renew this contract for step up to quality?
Then we would really run the risk of not having observers who are all looking at things the same way, having the reliable observations. We would be, I think, opening ourselves up to questioning the results of the observations, because there would not be a way that we could I think with a lot of confidence say that yes, these are reliable results.
Okay, thank you.
So how many entities are taking advantage of this? Okay,
So we have, the last thing I looked yesterday, we have about 1,700 programs that have begun the journey, and I look at numbers. Lori Semina, who's in charge of Step Up to Quality, is much better at providing the color. But there are about 1,700 programs that have started to go down that road. And so they are beginning to the process of getting into Step Up to Quality. We have about, I think it's about 750, 740 programs that have been rated at either step 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And 1 means they're beginning the journey. 2, they're working a little farther along on the journey. Steps 3, 4, and 5 are where you can get into other things like having the observation, so that somebody comes in and observes what they do. And it's a menu-driven system, so there are things that you don't have to have all teachers that have degrees, but if you have a number of them, then you can get some points for that. But if your teachers don't have degrees, but they have looked at some specific training that might help around maybe children with disabilities, or help, or healthy meals and nutrition, those are all aspects of it to make it a well-rounded program.
Just curious, how do child care facilities learn about this? And I'm especially thinking about the in-home ones.
Mm-hmm. So in Nebraska, well, a number of different ways. One of the ways that licensed child care providers learn about things is through the Early Learning Connection system. And the Department of Education Office of Early Childhood is responsible for approving all of the training that is required by child care licensing. And so one of the ways we support that training is through these regional, in fact, you have all approved grants to the Early Learning Connection. We call them the ELCs. And so there are 7 throughout the state, so they cover the whole state. They have very extensive lists of licensed child care providers. They get lists, and we get lists from Health and Human Services of all of the entities that have either a family child care home license or a child care center license or a preschool license. So then we are able to contact them. We do some direct social media things out of our office. The ELC coordinators all do something. And I tell this story a lot, but if you go to any area in the state and you, like, say we're out here, and Nora Robinson is the Early Learning Connection coordinator out here in the Panhandle. And if you say to a child care provider, do you know who your ELC, do you know your ELC coordinator? They might say no, but if you say, do you know Nora Robinson? And they'll say, oh yeah, she's great. She provided this and we did this. And so they know, they're probably our best. I mean, they know, I won't say they know everybody because that's not true, but they really have good grassroots understanding of who the people in their region are who are providing child care. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, Melody.
Thank you.
The motion was to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for Step Up to Quality programs. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Neary, Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kojans, Fricky,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The motion to authorize the commissioner to renew a contract for Step Up to Quality is adopted. All right, with that, we will move to other additional business. That being the proposed revisions to bylaws, board operating policies, and agency management policies. We left off with board operating policy 1.14, which is meeting agendas and minutes. And just to kind of get us all back in the same place, the first sentence states that the board meeting agenda is developed by the commissioner in consultation with the president. The second paragraph, there's no change in the wording of that paragraph. The third paragraph is where we had some initial discussion. That currently reads, and this is a change from the current board policy, the agenda will contain any item within the authority of the board requested by a member of the board if submitted at least 8 calendar days prior to the meeting. Upon the written request of a member of the board or the commissioner, an agenda item may be added within 7 calendar days before the meeting if approved by the president, so long as the item can be added at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. What is the discussion related to this paragraph? I'm seeing no discussion. Is that correct? Okay. So let's move on then to the consent agenda. We also had started some initial discussion related to this proposed change. I think to really get the full understanding, we need to go to AMP 2.02 because these two policies are related to each other. So AMP 2.02 is contracts, grants, and purchases. I'll go ahead and read this. The board, we took off state, it's now just the board rather than state board, shall review and approve contracts and purchases of, and this was previously $55,000 or more. We are suggesting that that be raised to $75,000 or more. In other words, that gives the commissioner the authority to approve contracts that are less than $75,000. The board shall also review and approve the submission, receipt, and distribution of grants of $75,000 or more. Again, a raise from $50,000. This is new language. When requested by the commissioner, a contract may receive board approval for up to 4 years, because we do have some contracts that are multi-year contracts. And as you know, we've been in the position that we've had to approve those every year. So this would just allow for a 4-year contract to be in effect for 4 years without having to go through reapproval. The board shall approve all contracts, and this is also new, of any dollar amount that procure any goods or services that are directly related to the work of the board. However, the president may approve contracts of this nature up to $10,000. This was added due to some previous board discussion related to contracts that are solely for the purposes of the board. In other words, contracts related to our professional development. That would be an example. So this puts into policy that any of those contracts that are more than $10,000 would have to come before the board for approval. Okay, let's talk about any discussion related to AMP 2.02. Then we'll go back to, now that you have a little bit more of that context, we'll go back to 1.14 BOP. Lisa?
Well, I did a little research, and prior to the 50,000, it was 25,000 for decades. And with contract price increases over the years and other expenses, it was 7 years ago approved to be $50,000 for the same reasons. I want you to think about the last 7 years. Have all of your expenses stayed the same? Food, gas, whatever. It hasn't stayed the same. And so to help, I started reflecting back to one of the reasons I supported Commissioner Maher, and I wrote down, we hired the commissioner because of his varied experiences in education and knowledge. He has been in charge of $800 million budget, responsible for that, for the regents in South Dakota. He knows financing, and I trust him to make decisions for contracts up to $75,000. And I think we really need to think about this to stay current with the changes in things that cost money, that NDE needs to keep going to support our public and other education schools in Nebraska.
I just need a little clarification. So it says that a contract may receive board approval for up to 4 years. So I just want to make sure I understand that we are saying that maybe you have a 4-year contract, but sometimes a contract is for a year, but then it comes up to us for a renewal. So if we had only approved it for a year, but then it's a renewal, it would come up again? Okay, thank you.
This is, it's a 4-year contract, right? But
So
right now, those come back to us every year, if I'm remembering that correctly.
So when the duration of the contract already states multiple years, then we've already given our agreement, so we wouldn't have to keep seeing it.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. And there's a limit, right? So it's up to 4 years. So we're not saying that this could go on indefinitely as a contract.
May I ask for any comment from Dr. Maher on this? Would that be appropriate? Based on your previous experience, and what do you think about being given that authority, or someone who follows in your footsteps?
Right. I think that last piece is really crucial. Please don't think this is about me. And your vote on this, I don't take it as trust or lack of trust in me. So when in terms of past positions, I think it's the consistent thing is there's always a comfort level for the board on you can get to this level, and whatever level that is. For the past 7 years, I didn't know that, Lisa. For the past 7 years, the comfort level has been $50,000. Whatever you decide that comfort level is going forward, the Office of the Commissioner will operate just fine. So the increase, I think, helps from the perspective of not having to do as much paperwork, for lack of a better term, on topics, but in terms of approving contracts, getting things where they need to be, not only for the operations of the contract, but also for the auditing of how that money is spent. I don't know that there's a large impact for our office. So when you think of this, please don't put too much thought into me or into the seat that I occupy.
Any other thoughts, Deborah?
Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay. I know I promised some of you in the back that I wasn't going to say anything from now to the end of the meeting, so I apologize that I'm breaking my promise, but I'll make it fast. And I don't know how strongly I feel about this. I just want to ask the question, since I don't know that we've had this in there before, but I mean, in the past, has our board president been able to spend money without, I mean, this is giving our board president approval to spend up to $10,000 without board approval, if I'm reading that correctly. And so I'm just wondering the comfort level, I don't know, to me, if that's the dollar amount everyone's comfortable with, or if $5,000 is a more comfortable level, or if it's an executive committee vote that we would at least want for a smaller dollar amount. Does anyone have any feelings about any of that?
I am wondering, President Goebbels, how many times in this past year do you think you would have used that prerogative? Or with, I don't know.
In the past year would have been $1,500 to NASB.
That's above and beyond the travel? I mean, that you would have approved? I don't understand what that $1,500 was.
$1,500 is the contract that we have with NASB for our mid-year commissioner assessment.
Okay.
Okay?
Madam President, if Mrs. Neary would allow me to, So currently in practice, the president could authorize a contract through staff up to $50,000. So this actually puts more limit and more power in the board for the board making decisions about those goods and services procured for the board. For example, if the president said, I want to contract with an entity to provide professional development services for the board at $45,000, that a $45,000 contract doesn't require board approval, so the president could work with staff and the commissioner to approve that contract. Does that make sense?
Part of this that says that any money spent on behalf of the board, we need to approve. It's the part that's, however, that I'm questioning. However, up to $10,000 can be, and this isn't personal about one person, I'm just saying these are in the bylaws, and so is that a dollar amount that we're comfortable with?
So is this a new dollar amount that you haven't had, or previous presidents, not just you?
As Ryan just explained previously, the president, there was this, this paragraph did not exist,
Okay,
right? So there was nothing other, there was no limit because it didn't exist. And as Ryan just said, the president could go work with a staff person as long as it was less than 50,000, right? So this puts some limits on what the president could just approve. When we talked about this in committee, we talked about what's an appropriate amount, but we looked at situations where there might be a need for procurement of something, and to be able to secure that without having to wait to bring it to the board just kind of made sense, especially if it was something that needed a timely response. I don't anticipate that this would be occurring very often when you consider through this whole year. And in fact, that $1,500 contract did come to you as a board, as you recall, because we knew that there was some concern about any contracts that were directly related for the work of the board. So
I'm just wondering if Deb would feel more comfortable with a lower amount, because I could feel comfortable with that too.
I just have a question, and I don't know, Dr. Foer has been around for several years, and Patty, or President Kupels, you've worked with staff, and my question is, could you give some examples of what maybe the president, other than professional development, would use money like the $10,000, what would that possibly be used for? Could be a timely thing that we don't have time to get together as the board quick enough to get something done. Does it include dues to the national organization? I don't know an instance, just so we can understand what the scope may be.
I cannot answer that, so I'll have to defer to Ryan, because I have not requested any money be spent other than the contract that actually came to the board for the $1,500.
The only thing I can think of is the annual contract with the School Boards Association for the meeting software, which is what Patty is referring to. That is less than $2,000 usually.
Can I answer Lisa's question? So Lisa, last year there was money spent, I think there were 2 contracts, I can't remember the exact, but for consultants to lead us in facilitation of discussions and then to do board orientation in January. And so those are the types of things that, and I know there's some question about what that dollar amount was, but it was in, because some of it was used for staff development, but it was the same consulting firm, but it was in the tens of thousands, you know, for the consultants. And so that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about, that, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we are going to request now full board approval, but yeah. And because if it's, I guess it isn't just about the dollar amount for me, but it's about the process of who we pick, because I think that was my other concern, is that I didn't feel like there was a process in place that I felt was inclusive of the board, or I don't know if any board members were involved in the discussions about who. So I think it's not just the amount, but also it will ensure that we have a discussion about the process of who we select to.
I was just thinking back to those contracts. Wasn't that by the previous president? Okay.
But you may recall the previous president said she was not involved in those discussions at all. So that's sort of where I'm coming from in all of this.
I think the focus, because what this does is puts into policy what the process and procedure is, right? So the only thing that we really need, I mean, unless you're not comfortable with having that process in there, but I think the only part of this then that's really discussion is that amount. So I guess I've heard from one board member. I feel like we need to hear from all of you, because that, if we keep it, that needs to be what the majority of you feel is important, if not the same, so that we can move on.
Would the commissioner be approving this? Is that just an assumed, or could it be without approval from the commissioner? Does that have to be in there? I'm just wondering, just a comment. That'd be a safeguard, but not that.
It does not call for approval, but I would, as president, there's communication with the commissioner and the commissioner's office. I mean, it's not something that just gives the president the authority to just go out and spend 10,000.
Madam President, if I may.
Sure.
We would, as staff, still follow our internal contracting processes, which require 2 signatures, including a deputy commissioner signature or a commissioner signature for that type of dollar amount.
Very good, thank you.
Madam President, I just would like to hear what everyone else is saying, 5,000 or 10,000.
If this is too difficult a decision,
No,
we'll just put it with the whole.
Nope, I'll weigh right in. I would cut both of them. I would cut the board president down to 5, and I would keep the commissioner at 50. I know it's not what you asked, but it's this particular thing that we're on. I would keep them both low because of the statement that I made yesterday, where 50,000 is more than the average Nebraska salary. So I know costs have gone up, but we're still dealing with money that is significant to our taxpayers. So I think that it's important that contracts come to us as board members, and I think it's important and valuable to the taxpayers to know what we're spending money on. And that's why these board discussions are so important.
I'd like to hear from Businessman Penner.
I can see every angle. I really can. It really is a flip of a coin for me. I understand exactly what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying, Elizabeth. But for me, not to have an opinion one way or the other is rare, and that's where I'm at. So.
By November 1st. I do think it is still important for us to go back to BOP 1.14 under the consent agenda, because this also includes to provide a method for the board to review and approve renewals of contracts of $75,000. First-time contracts of $75,000 or more are placed on the agenda as a regular action item, and renewals of such contracts may only be on the consent agenda for 3 consecutive years thereafter. That may not help you make a decision, but I would say as you are looking at this, please look at both the AMP in relation to the BOP, which is the renewal of contracts. Okay? All right, we said that we wanted to get through at least BOP. We need to finish looking through 1.14. There are changes under committee meeting agendas. The change there is where it says additionally, a committee chair, committee members, or any board member may add items to a regularly scheduled committee meeting agenda in accordance with the responsibilities of the committee, following the timeline outlined for the addition of board meeting agenda items. So that's the same thing, 7 days, as long as it can be put on the committee agenda for the 24-hour period. The committee chair shall notify the president and the commissioner of addition to the committee agenda. And that's just so that the commissioner and the president are aware that there's been something added to those committee agendas. This specifies that board members can add something to committee agendas. That's really what it does. And I think, Kirk, that was partly a request.
Yeah, if I have an issue with budget and finance, I want to have the ability to do that.
Okay. Any questions or discussions about that part of the policy change? The rest of BOP 1.14 remains the same. We ready to move on to 1.15? Revision and amendment of board policies. As we talked about yesterday, currently this says that they are approved by the board on a 2-year cycle with review occurring on non-election years, completed prior to the end of the calendar year to be approved and take effect in January. We are recommending that that just be changed to read, executive committee will do the review during odd-numbered calendar years with a report to the board by the last regular meeting of that year. Okay. And also, as we talked about, it's not said in here, but that means they're reviewed in total, right? They're reviewed as a package. Now, certainly, there are times that there are new policies proposed, then those would be reviewed accordingly. Sometimes there are policies that have to be put in place because of legislation, but we're talking about the general review. Questions, thoughts about that? Also then in the second paragraph, the board may, upon recommendation, we've added of a board member, standing committees, ad hoc committees of, or the commissioner. And we just moved that, basically made that language rather than saying along with a request by a member of the board. So board members just can recommend, propose new policies or amend existing policies to be adopted by the board. So specifies who can propose policy change or new policies. To be adopted, any proposed change to board policies requires notice at a previous meeting, and again, we had majority vote of the members of the board, so that's one of those that could change depending upon the feedback that you provide. Board policies shall remain in full force and effect until amended. That is the same sentence as currently exists. Any questions? Discussion? We have the remainder of the AMP policies. I think I need to think some about how to approach finishing these. I don't want us to be in the position that we have a special board meeting that lasts for 15 minutes or 20 minutes, right? I don't want us to be in that position, so I kind of need to just think through that, confer with the commissioner, confer with Ryan. I mean, obviously, we can't do email exchange because that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act, but there might be another way that we could try and manage this. But I haven't had time to really think that through. Okay. Any final comments related to our discussion of proposed revisions to the bylaws and policies?
I was just seeking some clarification. So, so we had two, I think that what I've drawn and remembered is that there are two changes that seem to bring the most discussion and question. And one of them is having a majority vote of the board, and then the other pertains to consent contracts and that $75,000 or $50,000 mark. And you've asked us.
It wouldn't just be consent, because also it's the AMP policy,
right,
which is the authority for the commissioner.
So you've asked us to email you and let you know what our thoughts are. I'm just wondering how the final decision for the final draft will be made on those, especially because those seem to be the controversial issues.
Well, obviously, the decision would be that when I hear from everyone, if there are more board members leaning one way or the other, that would be the direction that we would go. If it appears that there's still kind of a split, or if it appears to be, then we need to figure out a way when we continue to review the AMP policies to come back to that. And it may mean just, you know, hashing through it and until we reach some agreement on it. Okay?
I would like to, at some point, make sure that all of the board members can see where everyone else stands on those issues, so that it's not just going to the executive committee. I feel like all board members need to see, even though we're not taking an official vote, we are trying to gain consensus.
Then we will probably need to meet in person. Because that would appear, I may need legal counsel, but to me it seems that would appear to be a vote.
Brian Halstead, Board Legal Counsel. So if I understand, the president is asking you to review all of the materials you got and to email her by November 1st with any thoughts or what you think about that. Those emails are all public records. So when you submit them to the president, they're all available for all of you to read what everybody has said about this. That is not taking a vote, it's collecting information, and then from there, that doesn't violate the Open Meetings Act because you're not voting on the changes. You're making your comments about what's written and what you think should be changed or you like or whatever it is your thoughts are after you've read them all. That's a public record. You're not voting, however, because that will have to be on an agenda of the board for which there will be opportunity for further discussion and amendments of whatever's presented to you. So that if you put it in writing to her, it's going to be available to all of you because it's a public record in that regard. So she certainly can share with the whole board, here's what I got back from all of you, so you can all read what you all wrote. None of that's a vote under the Open Meetings Act.
But it sounds to me then, Brian, like what you're saying is that we will not make a decision about this until our next meeting.
The earliest you can make any decision about this is your next meeting.
Right,
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to clarify, though, because we were kind of headed toward if there was a consensus, but it appears that people are perceiving this more as something that needs a vote, if I'm hearing people correctly. Okay, Deborah?
And we sort of did that already, so I want to recap what I think I heard. And that is that the 4 people in the executive committee supported the $75,000 and the 5 votes in order to select a president of the board. And then in our discussion, there were 2 people that opposed the 5 votes to select a president of the board, and 1 person that we haven't heard from. But so it appears to me there's at least 5 people that support going about 5 votes to elect a president. And it appears, based on the discussions, from what I know from the executive committee and from the discussion here, that we also have 5 votes supporting a $75,000, just from the discussion that I've heard. Am I correct in that? And again, in both cases, we don't know where Patsy Cochons sits because she wasn't a part of either one of those discussions. Am I correct in that?
Well, currently, we consider something to have passed based on the members present.
So for the bylaws, current language to make revisions to the bylaws is at least a 2/3 vote of the members of the board. Currently, am I answering the right question? Yes. Currently, for the board operating policies, it's a majority of the members of the board. And that's true also for the agency management policies.
And I only mention those things because I don't know if that helps make a decision about whether we have a special board meeting or not. Since I feel like we know the temperature of, most where everybody stands, but that's your call.
All right, so then I would still appreciate that you send me your feedback. That will kind of at least give some sense of where board members are. That will also give opportunity for the board members who are absent to provide feedback. And then this would be on the December agenda. Okay, the board agenda for discussion and probably action. Thank you, Brian. right. So I will be in touch about how we will proceed with AMP. It may be that we will continue this work at our next regularly scheduled board meeting. Just have to give that some thought. We are to agenda item 8.2, written public comment. No written public comment has been submitted. Agenda items 9.1 through 9.3, the next items on the agenda are information items and written reports for the board. Agenda item 10, the good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Is there anything for the good of the order?
I promise this is very brief. I attended the Thriving Children and Families where Dr. Maher was part of a panel. And I went around to vendors, I think they probably thought I was crazy, picking up items about daycare and early childhood. You should have that at your place. And also a red pen from UNL. They were supporting early childhood education. And I just wanted to share 4 facts, very short facts about early childhood. Out of 102,335 young adults, they have children, and a lot of them can't find daycare or preschool. And some of you with young children know that. 73% need child care in Nebraska. 91% of Nebraska counties don't have enough child care. 11 counties have no licensed daycare. And the final one, 80,000 open jobs in Nebraska for daycare and early childhood. And that's where they get their foundation to be proficient in reading by 3rd grade. So please read those materials, skim them, read the parts that you're the most interested in, and realize this is an economic problem as well as an education problem. You heard how many parents have children, and a lot of them don't have daycare opportunities. So,
thank you. Is there anything else for the good of the order?
I don't know if I can put this in the good of the order, but it was in response to asking you to do something regarding, so everybody knows what they are. May I add that here? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what you're asking,
Okay.
Sherry, I'm sorry.
What I'm wondering is for those 2 that are not here, and so that all of us make sure we get you the right, I mean, I've written down, highlighted what I need to do for you, but could you send out a joint email saying, please, by this date, look at this.
Sure.
Look at this, so we all have gotten the same information. Right. That'd be helpful.
I plan on doing that.
Thank you.
President?
Anything else?
I just want to pass on what I have been hearing out here this week from the residents of the Panhandle and the extreme appreciation they have to our board members and our commissioner and staff for coming out here. It means a lot to people in Western Nebraska. We travel east all the time, and so they appreciate the time and the effort that everyone from the eastern side has made coming out here. And also, I think we're all just Western Nebraskans. We're just so proud to showcase what we do out here and our beautiful scenery and our marvelous people. And they obviously show us how much they appreciate us. So just wanted to pass on what I'm hearing.
Okay. Agenda item 11, adjournment. Thank you to those who attended today in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for November 30th and December 1st, 2023 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The meeting is adjourned.